Good morning, everyone. We'd like to invite all of you to please partake of morning refreshments at the foyer. The program will begin in a few minutes. Thank you very much. Good morning, distinguished guests, honored speakers, colleagues from competition authorities, partners from government, academia, industry, and the private sector. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Philippine Competition Commission, it is my great honor to welcome all of you to the 2026 Manila Forum on Competition in Developing Countries here at the Westin Manila.
Yun lang po muna. Mamaya na po yung NPL.
Good morning once again, everyone. We'd like to request everyone to please settle down. For our participants who are in the foyer, please do join us back inside the ballroom. The program will begin in a few minutes. Thank you. Before we begin, we'd like to request everyone to answer our pre-event survey. We want to hear from you. What do you expect to get out of the two-day summit? And which panels are you looking forward to joining? Do join the conversation. Just scan the QR code now flashed on the screen. Good morning once again. We'd like to request everyone to please settle down and rejoin us back in the ballroom. The program will begin in a few minutes. Let's all rise for the Philippine National Anthem.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas. Kayang mag-ibig, pero sa sinakanan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, kuya ka ng mag-ibig, sa manlulupin, di ka pasisingin, sa nagatang tutok sa simoy at sa langit ng pagaw, ay hinatang mula, tawid sa pagkayang minamahal, ang isang ng matawad mo'y nabuhay na nag-iindig, ang ituwing at araw niya kailan pang ay di matitindig, lumalang araw ng walang pagsingka, buhay langit sa piling ko, ang hinigaya ng pagkay mag-aapi, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
You may now be
Mga
seated.
kababayan,
The Philippine Competition Commission flags risks in the government's green energy auction program. Are we getting the best deals out there? In the US and other major markets like the EU, big tech has been on trial for antitrust cases for years. From scrutiny over Meta's acquisition of Instagram and WhatsApp to accusations Google is monopolizing search. A moment of reckoning that could reshape the internet and our use for decades to come. In China, the top antitrust body has just launched an investigation into the online food delivery market, citing concerns the subsidy-driven price wars are distorting the real economy and fueling involution. Even Hollywood is up in arms over Netflix's planned takeover of Warner Brothers Discovery Studio and streaming business. You see, fair competition is everybody's business. And in this digital age, is the antitrust landscape reaching a watershed moment? Hello everyone, I'm Mimi Yong from the ABS-CBN News Channel. It is an absolute delight to be with all of you today. Welcome once again to this year's forum with a theme, Institutionalizing Antitrust, Legal and Economic Reflections on Competition Enforcement in the Digital Age. Competition authorities face increasing pressure to adapt their legal frameworks, economic tools, and institutional capacities to digital realities, characterized by multi-sided markets, zero-price services, network effects, and data-driven business models. It's also important to note that this forum coincides with a major milestone, the 10th year of competition enforcement by the Philippine Competition Commission. A round of applause, please, for PCC, 10 years. Which really makes this the perfect opportunity to reflect on past experiences while shaping the future of antitrust enforcement in developing economies. Now, before we proceed, may we take a moment to acknowledge the presence of our distinguished guests today. We warmly welcome Secretary Arsenio Balisacan of the Department of Economy, Planning and Development, or DepDev. Sec RC. We're honored to have with us Chairperson Michael Aguinaldo of the Philippine Competition Commission, or PCC. Joining him are Commissioner Mara Victoria Querol and Commissioner Ferdinand Negre. Commissioners, we also welcome Executive Director Kenneth Tanate of the PCC. From the National Privacy Commission, we acknowledge Privacy Commissioner Johan Carlos Barcena, along with Deputy Privacy Commissioner Jose Amelito Bellarmino II. We also welcome Undersecretary Melbourne Pana of DepDev. Yusek. Santiago Kial, Deputy Director General of Government Procurement Policy, Board Technical Support Office. A round of applause, please. From the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, Assistant Secretary Norlito Eneran. ASEC. While from the Department of Transportation, we have Assistant Secretary Manuel Cabuchan III. And now, to formally open the program, we are honored to have with us the chairperson of the Philippine Competition Commission, who has led the agency in strengthening competition enforcement and institutional development since 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Chairperson Michael Aguinaldo for his opening remarks.
Good morning, everyone. It's my great honor to welcome you all to the 2026 Manila Forum. This iteration of the Manila Forum coincides with the PCC's 10th anniversary and focuses on how competition enforcement can be institutionalized to address emerging challenges in the digital age. Before we formally launch the 2026 Manila Forum, I would like to thank you all for journeying here from far and wide in solidarity with our belief that fair market competition can be made to work for the people who need it most. The 2026 Manila Forum is the culmination of months of planning and preparatory work, and its implementation would not be possible without the cooperation of the distinguished speakers and panelists who will be joining us and lending their perspectives regarding the role of competition in a country's development. I'm honored to acknowledge the presence of the Honorable Arsenio Balisacan, Secretary of the Department of Economy, Planning and Development, or DepDev, and the first chairperson of the PCC. We thank you for your participation in the 2026 Manila Forum, a project that began under your watch. It is an honor to continue this legacy at PCC, and we look forward to hearing a message from the Philippine government on your behalf as we reflect on the future of antitrust through both legal and economic lenses. It was Secretary RC who got me in this position right now, so you know who to blame. But thank you, Secretary. Furthermore, it's an honor to have a video message to be delivered by our advocacy champion, the Honorable Paulo Benigno Bam A. Aquino IV, co-author and sponsor of the Philippine Competition Act and Senator of the Republic of the Philippines. Senator Aquino's legislative resume is evidence of his strong support for pro-competitive policies, including the Go Negosyo Act, the Credit Surety Fund Cooperative Act, the NGO Microfinance Act, and many more. We look forward to hearing from Senator Aquino and learning from his experience in championing the cause of a competitive and vibrant economy in the halls of the Senate. Likewise, it's an honor to be joined via video by our keynote speaker, Benoit Durand, PhD, partner at RBB Economics. Benoit has over 20 years of experience in competition economics, particularly in applying quantitative techniques in the context of competition law investigation. His presence and insights at this forum are eagerly anticipated. To our moderators and panelists over the next 2 days, the PCC is honored by your participation. We deeply appreciate the efforts of our distinguished representatives to be here today, those who carved out time from their busy schedules, and those who came from as far as Kenya, Australia, and from all across Asia. We look forward to learning from you, experts and specialists in your respective fields, and we hope that together we can find solutions to some of the issues we are confronted with today. To our attendees, we thank you for taking the time to make your way to this event. Whether you are from the government, the academe, or the legal profession, we appreciate your presence here. We know you are guided by your passion for digitalization and innovations in technology. And we hope this can be a forum for you to gain keener insights and a deeper understanding of how competition enforcement can be institutionalized to address emerging challenges in the digital age, emphasizing the importance of frameworks that respond not only to the complexities of digital markets, but also to long-term developmental goals of inclusive growth and sustained innovation. As markets across Asia and the developing world undergo rapid transformation, competition authorities face mounting pressure to adopt more effective frameworks and expand their institutional capacities. Traditional antitrust tools focused on cartels, abuse of dominance, and merger control, and are increasingly being tested by the realities of the modern era. Multi-sided markets, zero-price services, and network effects reshape competitive dynamics in ways that strain conventional enforcement approaches. For developing economies, these challenges are further compounded by resource constraints, uneven institutional maturity, and the need to align competition policy with broader development objectives. More questions tend to arise from the central issue. How can competition authorities adapt their analytical enforcement tools to effectively assess market power, anti-competitive conduct, and consumer harm in digital and data-driven markets? What institutional capacity building measures are most critical for developing economies to enforce competition law credibly in increasingly digitalized markets? How can competition authorities balance the need for robust enforcement in digital markets with broader development objectives, including innovation, inclusion, and the growth of domestic technology firms, without undermining competitive neutrality? While the solutions to these problems confronted by the sectors are never simple or straightforward, I am confident that through commiserating with experts, consulting with policymakers, and cooperating with regulators, we can chart a path forward. It's my hope that following these next 2 days, we retain the lessons and insights shared in these panel sessions and find novel and exciting ways to apply them in our respective fields of work and study. In doing so, it's my hope that these small but significant contributions form part of the nation building we all yearn to be part of. Once again, I want to thank you all for taking the time off from your busy schedules to participate in the 2026 Manila Forum. I look forward to learning from you all and building stronger relationships with you. Thank you, good morning, at mabuhay po kayong lahat.
Thank you very much, Chairperson Aguinaldo, for that insightful and inspiring opening remarks and for setting the tone and direction of our discussions for the next 2 days. Now, we are going to hear from the inaugural chairman of the Philippine Competition Commission, serving from 2016 to 2022. As the founding head, he established the agency's framework for enforcing the Philippine Competition Act, focusing on anti-competitive conduct, merger reviews, and promoting market efficiency. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Department of Economy, Planning and Development, or DepDev Secretary Arsenio Balisacan for a special message. Mr. Secretary.
Chairperson Mike Aguinaldo, the Philippine Competition Commission, Dr. Philip Tuanyo of the Philippine Institute for Development Studies, Dr. Alessandra Tonasi of the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, President Ferdinand Fer of the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, a former PCC Commissioner, Elcid Butoyan, PCC Commissioners Maria Querol and Ferdinand Negre, our colleagues in government, our international partners, scholars and dedicated practitioners, and advocates of fair competition. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a pleasure to join you once again here at the Manila Forum. I sincerely thank the Philippine Competition Commission for the opportunity to be with friends and former colleagues, as well as with fellow policy practitioners from both the public and private sectors. I also congratulate the Commission as it marks its 10th anniversary this year. 10 years since the PCC began building and implementing a modern competition regime for the Philippines. This milestone, together with current global and domestic developments, makes the 2026 Manila Forum on Competition in Developing Countries particularly timely. Technological change is moving at an unprecedented pace, and economic activity is increasingly shifting toward digital and data-driven markets. As this occurs, traditional antitrust tools are being tested and refined, and complementarity by new approaches. Forums such as this one matter because they provide a space for regulators, policymakers, and practitioners to exchange insights learned from shared experiences and strengthen cooperation in responding to emerging challenges. To guide our discussion today, allow me to organize the rest of my remarks into 4 parts. First, I will provide the development context of Philippine competition law and policy. I will then turn briefly to competition policies within the broader context of developing countries. In the third part, I will return to Philippine competition policy with a focus on digital transformation and the economic development agenda. Finally, I will end with the key takeaway. So allow me to take a step back and recall where we stood a decade ago. The Philippine economy has grown remarkably over the past 2 decades, interrupted only briefly by the COVID-19 pandemic. Average growth of over 5% per year placed the country among Asia's fastest growing economies during this period, particularly from 2010 to 2019, when the economy posted an average growth rate of 6.4%, the strongest 10-year expansion since the late 1970s. Despite this strong macroeconomic performance, poverty reduction was more modest than expected, especially when compared with experiences of the country's dynamic East Asian neighbors at similar stages of development. While poverty did decline, persistent barriers to competition remained. Part of the explanation lies in the weak state of competition in industries and sectors that matter most to the poor. In response, the Philippine Competition Act was enacted after decades of legislative effort, reflecting a clear recognition that vibrant competition is essential to a more dynamic economy and more inclusive growth. On a personal note, it is especially meaningful for me to be here today. I had the privilege of serving as the inaugural chairperson of the Philippine Competition Commission. We started with a small team, including El Cid, who is here with us, but with a clear and shared purpose: to make competition law and policy real and relevant to everyday economic life. From the very beginning, the Commission moved with urgency and intent, laying the foundations of credibility and institutional competence. Early on, the PCC hit the ground running. It established its rules, procedures, and institutional setup, reviewed mergers and acquisitions, investigated possible anti-competitive conduct, and championed advocacy to promote pro-competitive measures. To institutionalize and sustain these efforts through a whole-of-government approach, the PCC, together with then National Economic and Development Authority, now the Department of Economy, Planning and Development, or DepDev, pushed for the adoption of the national competition policy. This policy seeks to mainstream competition principles across government and embed them in the national development agenda. Of course, the agency also faced its share of challenges as it adapted to a radically different physical and policy environment during the COVID-19 pandemic. The resulting economic and institutional scarring continues to shape policy work well into the future. Fast forward to today, many jurisdictions, including the Philippines, continue to face persistent barriers to vibrant market competition, even as the digital shift introduces new frictions and challenges. To place our experience in context, let me briefly turn to competition policy in developing countries. First, recent evidence points to weakening competitive pressures in many developing economies between 2008 and 2022. Over this period, market concentration has risen, entry has remained limited, and regulatory restrictions have persisted. One pattern consistent with these trends is that operating surplus has grown faster than output in several low and middle income countries or economies. This indicator, however, should be interpreted with caution, as it may also reflect structural change and measurement issues. The broader message is that when entry is constrained and markets are less contestable, gains in growth do not always translate into productivity improvements or widely shared welfare. Second, we see the entrenchment of dominant firms. Scale can be positive for productivity and efficiency, but concern arises when scale turns into exclusion and smaller firms are unable to compete on fair terms. In the East Asia and Pacific region, smaller firms tend to face a higher risk of exclusion as conglomerates expand. Rising merger activity, particularly conglomerate and digital market mergers, can reflect strategies that extend ownership networks and reinforce market power. These dynamics also help explain persistent productivity challenges. As seen in the Philippines and across the region, growth is often driven more by incremental improvements within firms than by the dynamism of entry, expansion, and exit that reallocates resources toward the most productive players. When this process of reallocation is weak, productive firms struggle to scale, less productive firms persist, and new entry remains low. Cross-country evidence suggests that more competitive sectors tend to experience stronger sales growth, reinforcing the point that competition is a key channel for productivity and economic dynamism. In digital and AI-enabled markets, price and market share are often not the full story. Practices such as algorithmic coordination, zero pricing, data use, and multi-homing can reshape competition and consumer welfare. This underscores the need to continually improve how we assess market power and how we identify harm. This is why policy and institutions matter. Experience across countries suggests that competition policy, when well implemented and sustained, can form part of a broader reform agenda associated with stronger economic performance over time. The chart on the left illustrates how jurisdictions adopted national competition frameworks alongside wider reforms that supported growth. At the same time, the chart on the right reminds us that what we observe often reflects what we are able to enforce. Detected cartels are concentrated in high-income economies, not necessarily because collusion is absent elsewhere, but because enforcement and reporting systems are stronger. For many developing economies, the task is therefore not only to adopt sound policy, but also to build the institutional capacity to make it effective in practice. Much of what we have been discussing about competition in developing countries is explored in greater depth in a book I co-edited in 2024. Its central message is that for competition policy to effectively support economic development, it must be tailored to the specific context of developing countries. Now, with these lessons in mind, let me now return to the Philippine competition landscape. Excuse me. A closer inspection of the Philippine competition landscape shows that our competitive environment still has room for improvement. Barriers to entrepreneurship, trade, and investment, as well as constraints related to legislation and infrastructure, contribute to the Philippines' relatively high product market regulation score. This suggests that restrictions remain material and that competition can be strengthened by improving the rules and reducing frictions to entry. Having sound competition policy matters even more today as the economy rapidly grows digital. The digital economy grew from 1.6 trillion pesos in 2018 to 2.1 trillion pesos in 2024, an increase of nearly 30% in just 6 years. Digital transactions now account for almost 60% of monthly retail purchases, up from only 1% in 2013. As more transactions and services move online, the quality of competition in digital-facing markets will increasingly shape productivity, inclusion, and consumer welfare. This momentum presents a significant opportunity, but it also raises the stakes for policy. Digital transformation does not stand on its own. It depends on foundational enablers that determine whether its benefits are broad-based or concentrated. Two of the most binding of these are reliable connectivity and energy. If connectivity remains expensive and unreliable, and if power costs stay high, it becomes harder to make digital transformation broad-based. Firms, especially smaller ones, will struggle to adopt new technologies and to scale. These conditions can also signal barriers to entry, and in some cases, the exercise of market power that weakens competitive pressure. This is precisely why the government's role is pivotal. We must address the rules and regulatory frictions that limit entry, discourage investment, and constrains service improvements. The Philippine Development Plan 2023 to 2028 lays out this agenda clearly, curbing anti-competitive practices, removing barriers to entry, and simplifying regulations so that markets become more dynamic and responsive, especially in sectors that are foundational to digital transformation. At the same time, even as we strengthen these foundations, digital markets introduce new competitive conditions that conventional approaches do not always capture well. The rise of artificial intelligence presents both opportunities and challenges for competition. As AI development accelerates, an enabling policy framework must strike a balance between supporting innovation and safeguarding society from emerging risks. How we design AI governance today will determine whether it drives productivity growth and inclusion, or instead entrenches market power. Building an inclusive and resilient AI ecosystem, therefore, requires a whole-of-society approach. This means tackling long-standing constraints through stronger institutions, sound governance, and collaboration across sectors with a focus on three key pillars: developing an AI-ready workforce, building robust supporting infrastructure, and establishing an enabling regulatory framework. Let me anchor these competition principles and a concrete reform in connectivity. One reason for optimism is that the Philippines has begun translating the competition and regulatory efficiency agenda into specific measures that lower entry barriers, encourage infrastructure sharing, and expand access. One such milestone is the recently enacted Open Access in Data Transmission Law, or the Konektadong Pinoy Act, which aims to widen participation in the digital economy by improving conditions for investment, network rollout, and competition and connectivity. The collaborative push by the Philippine Competition Commission, the Department of Economy, Planning and Development, and other branches of government stands as a testament to our shared commitment to improving internet access and service quality for all Filipinos. Let me conclude by connecting much of what we have discussed to the realities we face. The recent flood control and corruption scandals in the Philippines offers a clear lesson echoed in Jean Tirol's Economics for the Common Good book. Competition delivers public benefit only when governance is credible. With clear rules and effective enforcement, firms help police one another, exposing inefficiency and resisting collusion. When governance is weak, however, this self-disciplining mechanism breaks down. Firms coordinate, regulators are captured, and public projects are compromised, breeding distrust and eroding confidence. Restoring trust in government therefore requires institutions that make competition real, where rules are enforced, failure has consequences, and the state and market work together to deliver results that Filipinos can see, build, and rely on. Once again, thank you for the opportunities to speak with you today. Congratulations to the Philippine Competition Commission on your efforts over the past decade, and I look forward to working with all of you to harness competition policy in safeguarding our collective future. Mabuhay tayong lahat.
Thank you very much, Secretary Balisacan. Please stay on stage, sir. Please stay on stage. Please approach the middle, sir. Thank you so much for laying the groundwork for what the PCC is today and for your continued leadership in ensuring that competition policy remains a pillar of inclusive and sustainable development. So at this time, we'd like to formally recognize the Secretary for his invaluable contributions to the institutionalization of competition policy in the Philippines. We'd like to invite on stage Chairperson Michael Aguinaldo of the Philippine Competition Commission. All right, to give our token of appreciation, this is of course from the PCC. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairperson Aguinaldo, and of course, Mr. Secretary. All right. Now, Up next, we have a special video message from a longtime advocate of competition policy in the Philippines and co-author and principal sponsor of the Philippine Competition Act. It is said that it took 25 years before Congress finally enacted the Philippine Competition Act into law, and it actually happened under Senator Bam Aquino's watch as chairman of the Committee on Trade, Commerce, and Entrepreneurship. For context, around that time, back in 2016, 10 years ago, when the IRR for PCC was released, the big buzz was around improving the country's internet service, as the law was seen to encourage the entry of more players in the telco industry. Among the big cases the agency looked into was the sale of San Miguel telco assets to PLDT and Globe at that time. Now here, for his special message, let's all watch this special video message from Senator Paulo Benigno Bam Aquino IV. Let's watch this.
Magandang araw sa inyong lahat sa 2026 Manila Forum on Competition in Developing Countries. Si Senator Bam Aquino po ito. Nung pinagalaban po nating ipasa ang Philippine Competition Act, malinaw ang ating layunin. Protektahan ang mga mamamayan, hikayatin ang inobasyon, at bigyan ang maliit na negosyo ng isang patas na laban sa merkado. Sa panahon ngayon, kung saan mas mabilis na gumalaw ang merkado, mas mahalaga ang patakaran sa kompetisyon kesa po dati. Kaya congratulations sa PCC at sa lahat ng mga stakeholder dito sa pagtitipon sa forum na ito. Inaasahan po natin na kayo ay manatiling bukas, patas at inklusibo para sa kaunlaran ng ating minamahal na bayan. Muli po, maraming salamat and congratulations.
All right, of course, we thank Senator Aquino for his continued commitment to strengthening competition policy and institutions here in the Philippines. Now, at this point, the only thing standing in the way between you and snacks would be a class picture. So we will now proceed to our photo opportunity. May we request all of you to please stand up. Stand up, everyone. Compress a little bit. All of our VIPs and delegates will be in front anyway, so we've got our photographer here in front. So maybe I count. I help in the counting, all right? If we can just compress so the room looks fuller, that would be great. Derek? Oh, all the leaders, please, in front of the table. Please move to the front of the table. All right, all of our speakers, our dignitaries. All right. All right, for everybody else, please compress. Compress. So the room looks full. Make sure we can see you. This is attendance. All right, we're good, Derek? All right, video. Okay, we want everyone to wave. All right, 1, 2, 3. Maybe we say something. We say Manila Forum 2026. Okay, wave and say Manila Forum 2026. 3, 2, 1. Manila Forum 2026. Happy, Derek? All right, thank you very much. I think we're good. All right, please go back to your seats. Actually, it is now time for morning snacks. So we will be giving all of you 15 minutes to enjoy light snacks at the foyer. Please take this opportunity to network. We've got some interesting personalities in the room. Please make new friends, revisit old ones. Network, network, network. We have a timer. We're going to be putting a timer here. We'll see you back in the ballroom in 15 minutes. And don't worry, you can bring your snacks inside the ballroom, all right? We'll see you back here, 15 minutes. We'd like to invite everyone to please wrap up your morning snacks. Please do come back to the ballroom. We will resume our program in 3 minutes. We'll see you back here in 3 minutes. Thank you very much. Once again, we'd like to remind everyone to please rejoin us back in the ballroom. Our program will resume in a few minutes. May we now call the forum back to order. Once again, we'd like to invite everyone to please take your seats. we'd like to invite our participants still outside enjoying their snacks to please join us in the ballroom. Our program is restarting. Now it is our privilege to begin the substantive discussions with a keynote presentation. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Benoit Durand, partner at RBB Economics, a leading competition economics consultancy based in Brussels and Paris. Benoit has over 20 years of experience in competition economics, with extensive experience advising competition authorities across jurisdictions. Before joining RBB, Benoit held senior posts at the UK Competition Commission, now part of the Competition and Markets Authority, and at DG Competition. He has advised leading global companies across a wide range of competition matters and has provided expert evidence before the European Commission and numerous national competition authorities worldwide. Benoit is also an academic contributor, teaching competition economics in Brussels and Barcelona, publishing extensively and serving as associate editor of the Antitrust Law Journal. His keynote presentation will examine the institutionalization of competition policy as a foundation for inclusive growth, sustained innovation, and resilient markets, particularly in the context of digital transformation and the unique challenges faced by developing economies. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. Benoit Durand.
Good morning to our host at the Philippine Competition Commission, to distinguished guests, and to colleagues joining from around the world. Thank you for inviting me to the 2026 Manila Forum, marking 10 years of competition enforcement by the PCC. I would have very much liked to be with you in Manila today, but I'm grateful for the opportunity to join you remotely. I would like to thank Chairperson Michael Aguinaldo and the organizing committee for creating a space to reflect not only on past achievements, but on where competition policy needs to go next. I speak to you today not as an expert on Southeast Asia, but from a European perspective. Over the past 25 years, I have worked on competition cases in Europe, both in the public sector, at the European Commission and the UK Competition Commission, and more recently, in private practice. It is from this experience that I would like to share a few reflections. We meet at a pivotal moment. Across Asia and the developing world, markets are undergoing a metamorphosis. The digital age has brought us multi-sided platforms, network effects, and data-driven business models that move faster than traditional legal frameworks often allow. For developing economy, these opportunities are shadowed by unique pressures, resource constraint, the need for inclusive growth, and the challenge of building institutional maturity in the face of constant technological disruption. Let me turn now to the core theme of this forum, institutionalizing antitrust. This is not simply a question of passing competition laws. Many countries have done that. The harder challenge is building institutions that are resilient, institutions that continue to protect consumers and smaller businesses, even when the political weather changes. When antitrust is not properly institutionalized, enforcement tends to become uneven. Decision can depend on short-term priorities, political pressure, or individual personalities. Over time, this undermines credibility and deterrence. Institutionalizing antitrust means something more demanding. It means embedding competition policy into the legal, operational, and administrative fabric of the state. It means dedicated authorities, transparent procedures, and continuous market monitoring so that competition policy operates as a system. not as a series of isolated interventions. To understand how institutional stability can be achieved in practice, it is useful to look at one existing global benchmark, the European Union. In the EU, in the European Union, competition law is not a peripheral policy tool. Over time, it has taken on an almost constitutional character. It has become a central pillar of the European integration project itself. The European approach has been successful largely because it leans very deliberately into the separation of powers. As an independent regulatory authority, the European Commission is institutionally separated from political and economic power. No single firm, and not even a state-backed entity, is meant to dictate the terms of the market. By protecting the competitive process, competition law acts as what some have described as the market's equivalent of a separation of power. This is institutionalization at its strongest, a system that continues to function even when political priorities change. But independence does not happen by accident. It has to be engineered. In Europe, this is done through a network of independent national competition authorities, whose core features are set out in the ECN Plus directive. First, fixed-term leadership. More board members of competition authority are appointed for fixed terms and can only be dismissed on clearly defined and objective grounds, such as misconduct. This protects against political firing and allows agency leaders to take difficult decisions without fear of retaliation. Second, financial autonomy. Budgetary independence matters because enforcement priorities should not depend on the preference of the current administration. Under the ECN Plus directive, authorities have the ability to allocate their own resources and set their own strategic priorities. Third, the European Competition Network itself. The ECN, or the European Competition Network, ensures cooperation between the Commission and national authorities in Europe, promoting consistency across borders and reducing the risk for fragmentation or enforcement backsliding. Now, the second pillar of the European model is internal independence and procedural fairness. As you will have understood, the first pillar is independence. Structural independence, however, is not enough. Okay? Institutionalization also requires internal safeguards to manage the tension between investigation and decision-making. It's a very important point. Europe offers two instructive examples. There could be others, but I just want to cite these two. At the EU level, the Commission operates a three-pillar model. Investigations are conducted by DG Competition. Procedural fairness is overseen by an independent hearing officer, and final decisions by the Commission are taken by what we call the College of Commissioners. Now, the hearing officer plays a critical role, resolving disputes over access to file and confidentiality, and ensuring that parties' arguments are properly heard before a decision is taken. In France, my home country, a different approach achieves a similar objective. The Autorité de la Concurrence, the French competition authority, operates a strict functional separation, sometimes called a hard wall. Investigators report to the General Rapporteur, the Director General of the authority, while the decision-making board is led by the President. Investigators are excluded from deliberation, ensuring that decisions are based solely on the case file rather than investigative momentum. Finally, the third pillar, the rule of law at foundation. Institutionalization does not stop at the agency's door. Competition policy only works within a broader legal ecosystem. In 2026, courts should be seen not merely as a check on enforcement, but also as a multiplier of its effectiveness. This ecosystem includes specialized tribunals capable of handling complex economic and econometric evidence. It includes legal precedent and soft law, guidelines and decisions that allow firms to anticipate enforcement and self-regulate because the rules of the games are predictable. And ultimately, it relies on mutual trust. Without a judiciary capable of dealing with complex transactions and protecting property and contract rights, even the most sophisticated competition law framework remains hollow. But building this foundation is a marathon, not a sprint. And to run it effectively, we need to be honest about the terrain. That terrain is defined above all by scarcity. Institutionalizing antitrust means applying competitive rules consistently through dedicated authority and transparent procedure, not through sporadic or politically motivated intervention. European models offer a blueprint for stability, but a blueprint designed in Brussels cannot simply be unrolled in Manila without adapting the blueprint to local conditions. This brings me to three fundamental challenges that shape competition policy in developing and transition economies today. The first challenge is managing what I would call the modern scarcities of enforcement. In developing economies, institutionalization has moved well beyond legal drafting. It is now an exercise in operating under sustained resources constraint, human, technical, and financial. Let me highlight 4 dimensions of this scarcity. First, the battle for specialized talent. The challenge today is not understanding basic competition concept. It is recruiting and retaining lawyers, economists, and data scientists capable of dealing with multi-sided platform, algorithm, and complex pricing strategies. These skills are scarce globally, and the private sector can usually pay far more. As a result, agencies face a constant risk that their intellectual capital walks out of the door just as it becomes most valuable. Second, the digital and forensic gap. Effective enforcement requires modern tools, robust case management systems, secure data access, and digital forensic capabilities. Suspect to harm this, sorry, maybe there was an issue, I'm just repeating again, sorry. So these challenges create a quality gap where authority may suspect harm but struggle to prove it to the evidentiary standards expected by a sophisticated judiciary. Third dimension, enforcement against entrenched interest. Institutionalization requires the resilience to challenge powerful economic actors, often large, diversified conglomerates with close tie to the political system. Dismantling entry barriers in such contexts can quickly turn into what feels like hand-to-hand political combat. True institutional maturity lies in applying the rules consistently, regardless of the political standing of the firm involved. Finally, the fourth dimension I want to mention is budgetary ceiling. Limited budget and small teams directly constrain the ability to investigate complex mergers or the black box of digital conduct. Under these conditions, the legality principle, the obligation to investigate every complaint, can become an administrative weight that crowds out strategic, high-impact enforcement. The second challenge concerns independence, but with an important nuance. To withstand political pressure, competition authority needs structural independence. In Europe, this is supported by, as I said, fixed-term leadership and financial autonomy. However, as some scholars have emphasized, there is a real risk in the developing world of institutional isolation. If an authority is granted pure formal independence, but lacks meaningful connection to the political process, its voice may simply not be heard. The objective is what they call embedded autonomy, independence sufficient to challenge powerful interests, combined with enough institutional connection to influence broader economic policy debates. Without this balance, an authority risks becoming a bystander, formally independent yet sidelined, while trade, industrial, or investment policies are designed in ways that unintentionally undermine competition. The third challenge is what Holbrook and Kathleen Sears describe as the priority setting paradox, the recent development. In environments of extreme scarcity, the ability to choose which cases to pursue is critically important, especially when authorities are expected to pursue multiple, sometimes competing objectives, such as inclusive growth, poverty reduction, or the protection of small and medium-sized enterprises. Yet, paradoxically, the authority that need discretion most are often bound by the so-called legality principle, a legal obligation to investigate every potential infringement, regardless of its economic or societal impact. The result is reactive enforcement. Daily agenda become driven by external complaints rather than strategic priorities. And because investigating everything is impossible, agencies resort to second-best filters, such as filing fees for complaint, for example, just to manage the workload. A more balanced approach is found in what has been called the third model, exemplified by Croatia. Under this model, agencies are granted structured discretion. They may formally reject low-priority case, provided they issue a reasoned and public decision that remains subject to judicial review. Let me close this section with one simple principle. Institutionalization is a process of translation, not transcription. The temptation is often to copy and paste models that appear to work elsewhere. But that approach risks creating what we might call mimicry institutions, agencies that look impressive on paper, yet struggle to function effectively in their own economic and political environment. This challenge is not unique to developing economies. Even in Europe, many competition authorities are still young. They're still expanding their mandates, still refining their tools, and still fighting for the budgets and resources needed to keep pace with the digital economy. Local reality should therefore not be seen as a handicap, but as a compass. You have the opportunity to learn not only from what Western models have done well, but also from where they have struggled, from our rigidities and from our path dependency. By adapting shared principles, such as the separation of powers and strategic priority setting to your own economic context, you're not only building a weaker version of an imported, building a weaker version of an imported model. You are building something more durable, an institution with deep local roots capable of protecting competition and the future for consumer and small businesses alike. If institutionalization is the skeleton of a competition authority and priority setting is its brain, then enforcement is its muscle. But muscle without direction is useless. Enforcement only works when it is guided by clear economic logic. As we move, therefore, from institutional design to day-to-day enforcement, we arrive at the authority's most powerful tool, sanction. Enforcement without deterrence imposes high social cost with very little economic benefit. A system that merely taxes unlawful behavior without preventing it is ultimately, sorry to say, a waste of scarce public resources. The economic logic behind deterrence was articulated most clearly by Gary Baker in his economic approach to crime. Baker's insight was simple but powerful. Potential violators of competition rules, of other rules actually, are often rational actors. They weigh the expected profits of illegal behavior against the risk of detection and the severity of the sanction. For competition rule to work, sanction cannot simply become a cost of doing business. They must change behavior. From this logic, three critical lessons for enforcement follow. First, the math of deterrence. In the Bakerian framework, or in Baker's framework, the optimal fine is not equal to the harm caused. When the probability of detecting a secret cartel is low, the fine must compensate for that risk. If a cartel is detected only 1 time out of 3, then a fine equal to the harm merely allows firms to break even on average. To deter the conduct, fines must be higher. Second, for a hardcore cartel, the principle is straightforward. Crime must not pay. If a firm knows that the maximum fine is lower than the monopoly profits it can extract, the cartel becomes profitable. The cartel becomes a profitable, albeit illegal, investment. Effective sanction must therefore remove the illegal gains and then some. Third, the role of leniency. Because cartels are inherently secret, authorities must disrupt the internal logic that keeps them together. Leniency programs do exactly this. By offering immunity to the first cartel members that comes forward, authorities create a race to the agency, destabilizing the trust on which cartels depend and sharply increasing the perceived risk of detection. For society as a whole to benefit, sanctions must therefore be predictable, public, and painful enough to ensure that firms compete on the merits rather than through secret agreements. These ideas are not merely theoretical. We can see them at work in the evolution of the European Commission's enforcement strategy. In the mid-2000s, the European Commission fundamentally reoriented its approach to ensure that antitrust enforcement was not just a legal formality, but a credible deterrent. This shift rested on 2 pillars: the 2006 fining guidelines and the leniency program. Before this reform, fines were often criticized as unpredictable or too low to deter global cartels. The 2006 guideline introduced a transparent, structured methodology designed explicitly to ensure that crime does not pay. First, fines are linked to economic impact. They are calculated as a percentage of the value of sale affected by the infringement, multiplied by the duration of the cartel. Second, a specific deterrence element is added, an entry fee. or additional amount applied regardless of duration reflected the need to deter firms from entering into secret agreement in the first place. Third, predictability. By publishing these criteria, the Commission allowed firms to assess their potential liability ex ante, reducing uncertainty and strengthening deterrence. While high fine provide the stick, the leniency programs provides the carrot that makes deterrence effective in practice. The program offers full immunity to the first company that provides evidence of a secret cartel. This creates a powerful strategic risk. Every cartel member must constantly ask whether its partner is already on the way to report a cartel. Subsequent applicants can still receive fine reduction, but only if they provide significant added value to the investigation. This combination of transparency, strategic incentive has proven highly effective, leading to a sharp increase in cartel detection and billions of euros in fines. The European experience shows that when sanctions are designed with economic logic in mind, enforcement becomes not only legally sound, but genuinely deterrent. The European experience shows something quite simple. When detection is difficult, enforcement only works if sanctions are high, predictable, and combined with smart incentives such as leniency. For developing economy, institutionalizing antitrust does not mean seeing every secret meeting. It means ensuring that every firm understands one thing very clearly. If it is caught, the consequences will be severe enough to change behavior. Let me close this part of my remarks by returning to a principle that runs through everything I have said so far. Institutionalization is a process of translation, not transcription. The temptation is too often to copy and paste Western models, to transplant the laws of the EU or the US directly into domestic legislation. As an outsider, I would caution against this. The real risk is the creation of mimicry institutions, agencies that look sophisticated on paper but struggle to function effectively in their own political and economic environment. True institutionalization is more demanding. It requires taking universal principles, the separation of powers, the economic logic of deterrence, and strategic priority setting, for example, and adapting them carefully to local realities. It is not about blind imitation. It is about informed convergence. It means learning from intermediary jurisdictions that have already begun adapting this principle to similar stages of development. Whether the challenge is entrenched interest, a large informal economy, or the pursuit of broader social objectives such as poverty reduction, the path will necessarily differ across countries. But there is also an opportunity here. Younger institutions are more flexible. They are not yet locked into decades of rigid path dependence. That malleability is a comparative advantage. I very much look forward to seeing how you continue to build a competition system that makes the benefit of competition a concrete and lasting reality for all citizens. Let me turn now to a question that is central to the theme of this forum. How can regional cooperation strengthen enforcement capacity and improve policy coherence? As we mark the PCC 10th anniversary, one point is increasingly clear. In a world of integrated trade and global digital platforms, purely national enforcement is no longer sufficient. Regional cooperation is not an abstract diplomatic aspiration. It is a practical economic tool. Based on the European experience and on developments elsewhere, there are three reasons why it matters in particular. When competition rules are aligned across borders, businesses gain predictability. That's the first thing. This lowers the transaction cost of navigating different national regimes and makes it easier for both local firms and foreign investors to scale across the region. The second point is common standards reduce the scope for regulatory arbitrage, where firms will shift anti-competitive conduct to the jurisdiction with the weakest oversight. Alignment ensures that firms compete on their merits across the entire region, rather than exploiting legal gaps between neighbors. The last point, the third point, is large multinational firms are more effectively constrained when authorities act together. Regional coordination provides greater market leverage and better information sharing than any single developing economy could achieve on its own. The European Union offers a clear, if ambitious, example. By delegating powers to a supranational authority, the European Commission, EU member states have created a central enforcer with continent-wide reach and a high degree of policy coherence. That model shows the potential benefit of pooling resources. But it is equally important to recognize that this approach is not easily transferable to other regions. The Asian context is different. It is built on national sovereignty, consensus, and flexibility, what is often referred to as the Asian way. Importantly, effective cooperation or effective regional cooperation does not require a central authority. It can be built incrementally by strengthening existing regional frameworks. One example is the Asian Expert Group on Competition, which was established in 2007. It provides a formal forum, as I understand, for coordination, capacity building, and the development of shared regional guidelines. The second is the Asian Framework Agreement on Competition. This represents a move from knowledge sharing toward deeper cooperation, including cross-border coordination and information exchange in enforcement. For regions in transition, such as the Asian region, the most effective path forward is often through soft law. Soft law can act as a bridge between national enforcement and deeper regional integration. It allows authorities to build consensus around core concepts, such as market power and dominance, for example, without immediate treaty reform. It supports capacity building through peer learning and technical exchange, raising institutional maturity across the region. And it helps create the political and business appetite for stronger integration by demonstrating that coordination works in practice, even on relatively modest steps, such as sharing non-confidential information in merger cases. As an outsider looking in, it's clear that the road to regional cooperation is complex. But the potential rewards are substantial. By strengthening regional pathways, you can overcome individual resources constraint, improve enforcement credibility, and ensure that the digital economy delivers inclusive growth across borders. Let me turn now to the final stretch of my remarks and to a question that increasingly sits at the center of competition policy debates. Once a robust legal and institutional framework is in place, how can competition policy become a proactive engine for inclusive and innovation-driven growth? Globally, we are seeing a clear shift in perspective. Antitrust is no longer viewed solely as a reactive shield, a tool used only to punish misconduct after the fact. It is increasingly understood as a forward-looking instrument that shapes our markets' growth. In developing and transition economy, inclusive growth is not an abstract aspiration. It is about ensuring that economic growth is not only faster, but also accessible, particularly for smaller firms and new entrants. We should be precise here. Market concentration is not inherently harmful when it reflects superior product, better technology, or genuine innovation. The problem arises when concentration persists because barriers to entry prevent rivals from competing on the merits. In many developing markets, those barriers are not only economic, they are often regulatory. They act as a wall that keep micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises from challenging incumbents, even when they are more efficient or more innovative. As Eleanor Fox has argued, efficient growth depends on open and accessible markets, markets that protect both buyers and suppliers from the abusive exercise of power, of market power. This is echoed in World Bank research, which shows that competitive markets are not an accidental byproduct of growth. They are a precondition for it. Competition creates the pressure that drives creative destruction, the process through which stagnant incumbents are replaced by more dynamic and productive firms. Innovation-led growth depends on rivalry. It is an environment where firms succeed because they offer better products or lower prices, not because they can shield themselves from competition. Two elements matter in particular. Cartels act as structural barriers to innovation. They function like a private tax on consumers and remove the incentive for firms to improve their performance. Second, firms innovate most aggressively when they risk losing their market position. Greater contestability today, so contestability means the ease with which new firms can enter, so greater contestability is what drives the innovation of tomorrow. The links between competition policy and growth is not theoretical. It is supported by a growing body of empirical evidence. This matters. Let me give you the summary of a recent study. A study published by Antonio Neto in 2025 examined 98 countries over 4 decades. His findings are striking. A 10-point increase in a country's competition law index, which is a measure of the strength of competition law, is associated with a 3% increase in economic growth. A 10-point increase of the competition law index is not a cosmetic increase, by the way. It reflects major institutional shift, moving from vague prohibitions and weak investigative tools to an independent authority with real power, down-rate, leniency program, and meaningful fines. Importantly, Neto finds that for developing economy, the strongest growth effects come from enforcing rules against abuse of dominance and cartels, rather than relying solely on strict merger control. A second strand of evidence comes from the work by Paolo Buccirossi and his co-author. They show that effective competition policy has a significant positive impact on total factor productivity growth. For non-economists, total factor productivity captures how efficiently an economy uses its labor and capital. It reflects gains from better management, smarter technology, and more efficient organization. Buccirossi and his colleagues' work shows that these gains are driven not just by laws on the book, but by active enforcement, independence, investigative powers, and real cases. Crucially, the effect is strongest where judicial quality is high. Institutional quality acts as a multiplier, turning good competition policy into economy-wide growth. Finally, evidence from Joseph Clouthier highlights the importance of resources. His work shows that sustained budgetary commitments to competition authority are correlated with higher per capita GDP growth. That means that when governments invest in the financial and human capacity of their competition institution, the returns are felt across the economy. By policing conduct that stifles new ideas and by lowering barriers to entry, competition authority do more than regulate markets. They help create the conditions for innovation, inclusion, and long-term prosperity. In that sense, competition policy is not a constraint on growth. It is one of its most powerful engines. As I approach the conclusion of my remarks, I would like to turn to a topic particularly close to my heart as an economist: the evolution of economic analysis in competition enforcement. Economics is not an accessory to competition law. It is its intellectual DNA. There is sometimes a concern that deeper economic analysis complicates enforcement. I would argue the opposite. Sophisticated economics allows to distinguish more accurately between conduct that is harmful and conduct that is beneficial in increasingly complex markets, like digital markets. Simple, rigid rules are no longer sufficient. A single agreement, a firm's conduct, or a merger can generate both anti-competitive and pro-competitive effects at the same time. What is harmful in one market context may be neutral or even positive in another. By moving beyond one-size-fits-all formulas, we reduce enforcement error. And that matters because enforcement mistakes risk chilling the very innovation and investment we are and competition authority are trying to encourage. Whether we are assessing restrictive agreement, exclusionary conduct, or merger, the starting point must always be the same: a clear and coherent theory of harm. In the digital economy with multi-sided markets, network effects, and rapid innovation, a theory of harm, for example, provides the analytical structure that guides the investigation. This does not mean abandoning traditional indicators such as market shares. But what it means moving away from treating them as automatic presumption. A well-defined theory of harm forces us to do three things. First, articulate a causal logic. We must explain precisely how a particular practice in the specific market context is likely to lead to consumer harm. Second, test that logic against evidence. This is what an effect-based approach truly means. Developing hypotheses grounded in economic theory and confronting them with real-world data. Third, target remedies. Clear theory of harms allow remedies to be focused and proportionate, addressing the competitive problem without overcorrecting. The most demanding test for economic rigor arises in cases of exclusionary abuse by dominant firms. Historically, particularly in Europe, some systems relied on form-based approaches, categorizing conduct into predefined boxes. But this is increasingly inadequate. Firms are highly adaptive. The same exclusionary outcomes can be achieved through many different commercial strategies. Cataloging forms of conduct does not tell us whether competition has actually been harmed. An effect-based approach is therefore essential, that is based, as I said earlier, on a clear theory of harm. The competitive impact of practices such as, for example, loyalty rebate or access restriction vary enormously depending on market conditions. The phrase competition on the merits is often invoked, but it only in the context of exclusionary abuse. But it only has meaning when linked to outcomes. In my view, conduct departs from competition on the merit when it is likely to exclude an as efficient competitor and thereby harm consumer through higher prices, lower quality, or reduced innovation. Enforcement, competition enforcement should focus on practices of dominant firms that are capable of excluding rivals that are just as efficient as the dominant firm. So we are focusing on these practices that could exclude rivals that are as efficient as the dominant firm, not those that are less efficient. Now, why is that? Because protecting less efficient firms does not benefit consumer. It risks weakening competitive pressure and encourage rent-seeking behavior. Importantly, though, at the same time, the as efficient competitor principle can only function properly if the playing field is sufficiently leveled. Efficiency should not be earned through rivalry. Let me rephrase this, but it's an important point. Efficiency should be earned through rivalry. It should not be inherited from historical privilege or past state protection. A similar evolution is underway in merger control. Even in Europe, merger assessment is not static. Recent debates, including those sparked by the Draghi report, which was published in 2024 by the European Commission, have highlighted concern that Europe is falling behind in global innovation. The report argued that merger control must better account for scale, investment incentive, and long-term innovation, particularly in sectors requiring large, sustained R&D spending. Reflecting this debate, the European Commission has initiated a revision of its merger guidelines. Two elements are especially important. First, moving beyond short-term price effect. Modern merger analysis must consider long-term productivity and innovation. Second, symmetry in evidence. If we rely on forward-looking theories to identify potential overlap between the merging parties, we must give equal weight to evidence that market dynamism will enable entry, expansion, or technological leapfrog. Ultimately, this evolution towards effect-based, theory-led enforcement is about one thing: accuracy. As Jonathan Baker has observed, economic analysis is not, and I repeat, is not an obstacle to enforcement. It is the indispensable tool for identifying when harm occurs, harm to consumer in particular, and for designing remedies that restore competition effectively. By investing in economic rigor, competition policy does more than correct past misconduct. It supports innovation, productivity, and long-term growth. And that, in the end, is what competition policy is meant to achieve. As I look ahead to the next decades of competition enforcement in this region, I do see as an observer from a different regulatory landscape. But the challenges we face are clearly shared. From the rise of powerful digital players, the advance of AI, and the need for growth that is genuinely inclusive. The next frontier for developing and transition economies is therefore not simply about writing new rules. It is about deepening the roots of the rules already in place so that they remain resilient as markets, technology, and political priority evolve. From what I have discussed today, I would highlight 4 strategic priorities. First, deepening institutionalization. Moving beyond the startup phase means embedding competition policy into the operational DNA of government and protecting institutions through stable leadership and financial autonomy so they can withstand political change. Second, advocating contestability. The most effective authority act not only as market police, but also as market architect. Pushing to remove regulatory barriers that shield stagnant incumbents and keep dynamism out of the market. Third, modernizing the technical toolkit. Addressing today's priority-setting challenges requires multidisciplinary teams. Lawyers, economists, and increasingly data scientists, capable of dealing with complex, data-heavy digital ecosystems. Fourth, defending economic rigor over simplicity. The temptation to rely on rigid, form-based rules is strong. But in fast-moving markets, real protection of competition comes from effect-based analysis, from understanding what actually harms consumers without stifling competition. The Philippine Competition Commission's first 10 years have been about building strong foundation. From the outside, I see an institution that is young, flexible, and not yet constrained by the rigid path dependency that sometimes slows reform elsewhere. Ultimately, our shared objective is simple: to ensure that the digital age delivers on its promise by choosing accuracy over simplicity and contestability over protectionism, so that innovation thrives and its benefits are broadly shared. Thank you for the honor of opening this forum. I wish you a productive and inspiring couple of days.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Benoit Durand, for that very extensive and comprehensive keynote presentation. How's everyone doing? Doing good? Yes, we've got more exciting conversations coming up. But first, if I could just get a quick pulse check, because Dr. Benoit Durand actually raised several challenges earlier, which I think allows all of us to confront our own realities. If I could see a raise of hands, if you think this is a challenge that you or your organization are facing. He talked about the modern scarcity of talent. Is this something you experience as well? Please raise your hand. We're seeing a lot of hands. What about the need for structural isolation and autonomy? Are you having a hard time being autonomous? A show of hands? Not so much? All right, what about the challenge of prioritizing, setting priorities? Because you have to choose which cases to pursue, and sometimes they are happening at the same time and competing with each other. A show of hands? Is this something we are seeing? Several hands as well. Very interesting. Thank you very much for joining our quick pulse check. So just a few more interesting notes from Dr. Durand. He did talk about institutionalizing is a process of translation and not transcription. And maybe I want to end with a more regional view where he said it's time to think about how regional cooperation can help strengthen competitive policy. Now, at this point, I think the stage is all set. All right, I think the stage is now all set for the next segment of the program. All right, I think we need can we open the lights for now so I can see the audience members? All right, is it time for the live Q&A to see if everyone participated or listened, paid attention to the presentation earlier? Yes, I think we have a few minutes for that. Audience participation. Maybe just one or two thoughts of what you picked up from the presentation earlier. Sir, your name please, and maybe what you picked up from the presentation.
So, good morning everyone. I'm Christian Artamayo from PCC. I'm a student intern. Yes, and I pick up is the the quote that he said that the institutionalization is is a process of translation, not transcription, and that is the most vital things that he said earlier.
So we can't copy and paste. No copying and pasting. All right. From this side, maybe one more from this side. All right, the lady in red. Hi, ma'am. What was the favorite part of the presentation for you?
Being young. I'm Stacy from the Department of Justice Office for Competition. Being young and flexible and not being constrained by dependency is an advantage.
All right. Thank you very much, Miss Stacy. Being young and flexible. Who here considers himself or herself young and flexible still? A show of hands? Ba, in denial. All right. All right. I think the stage is now all set for the next portion of the program. Now, at this point, we will proceed to panel session number 1, Competition Policy and Economic Development Towards Sustained Innovation. So this panel will explore how competition policy can be institutionalized not merely as a safeguard against anti-competitive conduct, but as an active driver of inclusive growth, innovation, and consumer welfare in the digital age. And to moderate our first panel, we are pleased to welcome Dr. Philip Arnold Tuanyo, President of the Philippine Institute for Development Studies. Hi, Dr. Tuanyo. He previously served as Dean of the Ateneo School of Government at the Ateneo de Manila University and is an Associate Professor of Economics at the University of the Philippines, Diliman. All right, and joining him as panelists for this session are Yusek Rosemary Edilion, Undersecretary at the Department of Economy, Policy and Development, Policy and Planning Group. Hi, Yusek Rose. She holds a PhD in economics from La Trobe University, an MA in economics from the University of the Philippines School of Economics, and an MS in statistics from the University of the Philippines School of Statistics. Yusek Edilion plays a central role in the formulation and monitoring of the Philippine Development Plan and provides technical policy advice to both the legislative and executive branches of government. She's also a past president of the Philippine Economic Society. And our second panelist is Dr. Alessandra Tonazi, Senior Competition Expert at the OECD Competition Division. She coordinates the OECD Korea Policy Center Competition Program, which provides capacity building support for competition officials across the Asia-Pacific region. Prior to joining the OECD, Dr. Tonazi held senior posts at the Italian Competition Authority, including Director of the Market Studies Division and Director of International and European Affairs. She has also served in leadership roles within the OECD, ICN, and UNCTAD. Dr. Tonazi holds a PhD in Economic Analysis from Sapienza University of Rome and an MSc in Economics from the University of Warwick. And our next panelist is Mr. Ferdinand Ferrer, President of the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry and Chairman and CEO of the EMS Group of Companies. Hi, Perry. Perry brings over 2 decades of international experience in the military and aerospace industries. He also serves in leadership roles across key Philippine business organizations, including the Philippine Exporters Confederation, Semiconductor and Electronics Industries in the Philippines, or SAPE, the Philippines-Japan Economic Cooperation Committee, and the Management Association of the Philippines. And with that, I now turn the floor over to Dr. Tuanyo, our panel moderator, to begin the discussion. Dr. Tuanyo, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Before we begin this panel, it is fitting to acknowledge the institution that convenes us today, the Philippine Competition Commission, which this year marks the 10th year of advancing competition policy in the country. Over the past decade, PCC has played a crucial role in embedding competition as a core principle of economic governance. It has helped also move competition policy beyond the purely legal or technical concern into a practical development instrument. So congratulations, PCC. And to set the context for this session, it may be useful to begin with a simple but important shift in perspective, and I hope that the panelists will be able to share their perspectives on this. In many developing countries, including the Philippines, competition policy is no longer seen as a technical or legal response to cartels, abuse of dominance, or problematic mergers. Increasingly, it is understood as a development policy instrument, one that shapes how markets evolve, how firms innovate, and how inclusive growth is actually ultimately achieved. And this broader development framing was set clearly by the speakers that preceded this panel. So earlier, Secretary R.C. Balisacan, Senator Bam Aquino, and Dr. Durant spoke of the following main points. So one is that competition policy is increasingly integrated in national development objectives. There needs to be enabling institutions and independence of competition authorities and greater coordination across national development institutions and across jurisdictions. And also, they also raised the point that there's a need to adjust competition policy to local development concerns. So this the panel that we will have this morning will try to adjust this question on how can competition policy be institutionalized not only as a safeguard against anti-competition conduct, but also as active driver of national development and sustained innovation, particularly in developing economies like the Philippines. So we will first hear from Dr. Rosemary De Leon, Undersecretary of DepDev, will talk about national development perspectives and how competition policy can complement broader strategies for digital inclusion. Then we will hear also from comparative reflections flowing from international experience, particularly on how regulators are responding to digital market concentration, big data, and network effects from Dr. Alessandra Tomazi of the OECD. And finally, we will ground the discussion on outcomes that matters to citizens and business, including affordability, access, and trust, and their participation from Mr. Ferdinand Ferrer, the President of PCCI. So we begin this session. I invite the panelists to give their thoughts for maybe 10 minutes. And then afterwards, we will have a Q&A or open discussion on some of the points that they raised during this panel discussion. So I invite first Undersecretary Rose to give her thoughts on this topic.
Yes, thank you very much, Randy. And my greetings to Philippine Competition Commission and of course the chair, Chairman Mike Aguinaldo. I think the first time we met Chair Mike Aguinaldo was we were having a technical assistance for the telcos, the telco regulators at the time. We've come a long way since then. And actually, I would like to also briefly structure my opening remarks into three. First is, DepDev in this competition space, what has been our role, and what we see as our continuing role going forward. And then two is a bit on how we included or considered competition in the Philippine Development Plan, including, of course, the midterm update. And then on the third one, it's really more of informing the body and, of course, the PCC about the priority going forward, especially over the medium term, but of course, providing what the prioritization framework would be over the longer term. So first, on DepDev's role in this competition space. So as you know, when we started work on competition, the Philippine Competition Act, it was right before we hosted the APEC in 2015. So it was really in the finalization of the bill and of course onto the IRR. And at that time, we really know that this is one of those last nails in the coffin, so to speak. So we really wanted to open up the economy. We know that our neighbors have long opened their economy to competition, and we have seen the fruits. We have seen how development has progressed, as in accelerated progress, and we were one of those who were left behind. And so we think that this is the first thing that needs to be done. We need to institutionalize competition as a matter of policy, and of course there has to be a body that will enforce this Philippine Competition Act. Now, there are three pillars to this anti-competition, to this Philippine Competition Act. Of course, one is the enforcement of one is promoting competition, And with this one, we also actually kind of helped, uh, kind of helped PCC because we offered our regional offices as a knowledge exchange center for those students wanting to know more about competition, even firms wanting to know about the Philippine Competition Act. So there was a nook, a corner for that. And then the second pillar is on the enforcement. Enforcement against anti-competitive practices, which is the province, of course, of the Philippine Competition Commission and the DOJ. And the third one is on competitive neutrality. And this is where we are actually, this is still a big hurdle for us because we are working with regulators here. And we want to make sure that, for all those regulations that you have put in place and are going to put in place, make sure that they are competition neutral. And the instrument that we use for this was really the institutionalization of a national competition policy via a memo circular from the then President Duterte. So we managed to have it signed. It was still, for such a simple national competition policy, it took a long time to have it signed, but finally it did, and that became the basis for, at the time, extending technical assistance to regulatory agencies, just to inform them about what competition is, why is it important, the conduct of the regulatory impact assessment, and of course, what we mean by competitive neutrality. And so, since that the PDP 2017 to 2022 and until this PDP, we always make sure that promoting competition has its own chapter in the Philippine Development Plan. One, because it's a new law. We want everybody to be aware of it. And then two, we really are gung-ho about this law because it's actually the foundation for many other laws. So we have also advocated for the amendments to the Public Service Act. And really, what we really wanted there was, again, to spur inclusivity, to spur innovation, because we know that that is the thing that would make us resilient. And thankfully, well, knock on wood, at the time it was the silver lining when we had the COVID-19 pandemic, when we see that digital transformation is the way to go for us to be resilient. And one of the things that we need to do is to bring in more new players into this, the digital infrastructure space. But of course, over time, we learned that it was still not enough. We still had to complete the reform agenda. And thankfully, we have done that via the Konektadong Pinoy Act. And that is really about, the last mile. It's really about bringing internet access to the households themselves. So not just about this, the big players. And so, in the PDP, this PDP is about a transformation agenda. And actually, there are three parts to that transformation. The first part is transformation of the social development sectors, education, health, social protection. The second part is transformation of the economic sectors, where we want them to be more competitive. We want them to be able to generate more and better quality jobs and be able to produce competitive products, goods and services. So we have the agri-sector, industry services. But underneath that are those things that will need to be done so that we can have this transformation in the economic sectors. And of course, one of those is competition, promoting competition. The others would be expanding markets, access to markets, R&D, innovation, and of course, regulatory efficiency, and then promoting competition. One of the things that we have also prioritized under this PDP and going forward is about the innovation ecosystem. It's really about building a dynamic innovation ecosystem. And this one, actually, I'll be proposing to Chair Mike that it is something that we should be, I think we should conduct a more intensive study on this together with the PIDS. Because as you get to understand the economics of innovation, there are externalities to innovation, and therefore, again, if there has to be some incentives for them to want to go into an innovation. We have seen in other countries that they start small, a startup, and then when they get big, the way to go is to merge with other startups or a medium-sized company. And that is where, the role of the PCA comes in. But of course, we still want to encourage the innovation. And so it's a bit tricky. But the way we are doing it now is, yes, we're promoting innovation. We're still a bit early in the innovation space. We're promoting innovation through the National Innovation Council, and alongside that is promoting a culture of innovation for the producers and the consumers as well. So we want it to be the case that consumers are willing to try out new things, to try out innovative products, so that you don't go by suki or whatever you've gotten used to. But that means that there is a very strong consumer protection policy and enforcement, regulation. So they know that if it's out there, then it's not harmful to their health, that it's safe for the environment, et cetera, et cetera. So these are things that we are putting in place. But like I said, down the line, when we get to have this, many, many more of these innovators, and they want to be big, and that's when we need to discuss more about this competition policy. And I know that time is running out. Let me just quickly go to the priority sectors over the short term. We have just submitted the executive report to the President last week, and we mentioned the 6 priority areas from 2026 to 2028. We're talking about education, where we have identified a pain point, which is about the learning poverty. So it's not just about ensuring that you have good competition in the education sector, but also with respect to the education inputs, in terms of books, in terms of the peripherals, especially the digital materials there. The second one is on health, and a major pain point in health is the very high out-of-pocket spending of our kababayans in healthcare. And again, we are talking about, how do we make our drugs and medicines? How do we bring down the cost of drugs and medicines? I think a lot of that we have already, I think, exhausted what we can in terms of, just giving it for free, making sure that government gives out some medicines for free. We have the generics law, we have the discounts, exempting from them from the VAT, et cetera, but I think we need to have a more robust one that will not compromise our fiscal situation. And I think we're talking about the competition policy there. The third one is on social protection, making sure the pain point there is we want it modernized, and we want it to be more transformative rather than simply reactive. And here we are also talking about preparedness, being prepared, and we are talking about the use of technology, the use of science in forecasting, in being prepared against calamities. The fourth one is on food and agriculture, food security and agriculture. Again, this is where you just map out the chain from farm to plate, and you already see a lot of competition issues along that chain. And so we hope that that is something that the Competition Commission can look into. And then the fifth one is on job generation, job creation. And this one goes back to the Trabaho para sa Bayan plan, where we talk about strategies to increase labor demand, especially labor demand in the priority sectors, and then also to improve, enhance labor supply, and enhance labor market governance. And then the sixth one is on infrastructure, in particular connectivity, physical and digital connectivity. And for this, we're thankful for the tool that was developed by the PCC some 2 or 3 years back about the burst, looking at if there's bid rigging. And I think this is something that will be very, very, very useful going forward. Now, of course, this is just for the 3 years. But going forward, in the Trabaho para sa Bayan plan, we have suggested a prioritization protocol, looking at, what is important and urgent, what is less important but urgent, urgent but not important, and then not urgent, not important. And I will not be able to discuss this, of course, but I invite you to look at our website, because we have certain parameters that we have actually suggested on how to decide on this. But once again, congratulations to the Philippine Competition Commission on your 10th year. And we're looking forward. Yes, you will maintain your autonomy, your independence. In any case, we can be your mainstream partner. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Yusek Rose, for that remarks. And you increasingly said that competition policy is really embedded in the National Development Plan, and also will actually thrive when there are also complementary policies. You talk about innovation, you also talk about consumer protection, and how the priorities, that you talk about also the transformation agenda that DepDev and the national government is actually pushing forward, and how competition policy can clearly support that. So let's go now to Dr. Alessandra. I believe that you have also a presentation that you want to show.
I don't know whether you can show the slides. In the meantime, please let me thank the PCC for inviting me to this event. I would like to express my gratitude to Chairman Aguinaldo and to all the commissioners. It's really a pleasure being with you in this celebration today, and let me congratulate the PCC on this important anniversary. If I may say, I've been working with several competition authorities in the region in the last almost 3 years, and to me, PCC stands out for its incredible improvement over just 10 years, which I think is due part to the lack of having a very good leadership and also the dedication of the staff. It's always for me a real pleasure to have the staff of the PCC participating in the workshops that I organize throughout Asia, because they're really great. So congratulations on what you have achieved until now, and I think you will achieve even more in the next 10 and more years. Moving to my presentation, it's the topic of discussing the developments in the digital markets, also with a view of the significance of this development for developing countries. It's really a challenge in 10 minutes. I've prepared a few slides just for background as I proceed in my presentation. So in the first slide, you see a bit of a summary of the characteristics of digital markets. I don't go into all of these. First of all, because I think they have been discussed at length. Also, I think in the key address from Mr. Durang. But what I think is important here is, while on one hand we should recognize the benefits that digitalization has brought to our economies, both developed and developing economies, we have become increasingly aware of some risks for competition. And we can move to the second slide. And some of these risks, I think, point to the fact that not necessarily the innovation that we saw with the emergence of the digital platform is something that will necessarily continue. So in this contraposition that sometimes we hear about competition enforcement and regulation and innovation. The argument, I think, comes a lot from digital platforms saying that they have been innovator, which is undoubtedly, and that any intervention by competition authorities might interfere with this innovation. I think some of the features that I summarize in the slide maybe can point to a different story. So first of all, we have seen in the last 30 years a lot of concentration, increasing markups. We know that these digital markets are prone to tipping, meaning for that there is a win-stake-all phenomenon leading very often to just one or few digital platforms controlling the market. And after that, innovation, we can see a decrease in innovation in two aspects. One, because there is less incentive for the dominant firm to continue innovating. And second, because it can use some of its power to raise barriers to the entry of newcomers, of smart apps, and we've seen that a lot. So this is why we use the word now very often that these platforms tend to become entrenched in their markets. So this is a story that points more to the need of competition enforcement and not the contrary. Now to my third slide. So competition policy protects, in fact, the condition of innovation because it's the competitive process that continually allows for new firms to invent, to propose new services and products, and to keep competition lively. And we saw in the past a lot of risk coming from under-enforcement probably in these markets. And one of the reasons was that it took a while to understand, for example, the tipping phenomenon and how competition agencies probably should have acted earlier than they did. And when they started understanding what was going on in markets, it was too late in some cases because the structure of the market has become such that it was very difficult to intervene without structural reforms, and I will say something about this. But one key role that I would like to underline for competition enforcement that certainly came up from what we've witnessed in the last years is the role for merger review. Because we've seen that sometimes the growth of this digital platform not only came from innovation and proposal of new products and services, but by acquiring a lot of the smart apps that were indeed developing innovation. Next slide, please. So I think there is increasing consensus that we should have more merger enforcement instead of less. I think the previous speaker also underlined this, that sometimes you can see these startups, they are developing new products or services, sometimes products that might in the end become superior to the one that we already have in the market. And as soon as they are becoming successful, they are acquired by the big platforms. And I think even in these, probably it took time to competition enforcers to realize the risk of this kind of mergers. I name one example, which is Facebook WhatsApp. understanding exactly how these companies that at the moment seemed like offering different services, so not being in the same relevant market, it became clearer later how the combination of data that the companies could do was indeed something that would strengthen a dominant position. So understanding how in mergers these elements such as network effects or data are a relevant feature is particularly important. And next slide, please. It is well known that the merger review is now focusing in the so-called killer acquisitions. These are all topics that have been addressed a lot in the last few years. At the OECD, you can find many publications of the roundtable and the result and the research that went into this. And the killer acquisition, which is exactly something that goes in the opposite direction than innovation, because sometimes these acquisitions are done of companies who are starting to develop research, and once they are acquired, sometimes even the research is totally abandoned, not even used by the acquiring firms. So this is, these are aspects that I think all point to the fact that we do not see competition enforcement and innovation are as at odds with each other, but instead really complementary. Next slide, please. Of course, something that has become clear in the last few years and has been debated a lot in the international community is whether competition enforcement alone is enough with respect to the development of digital markets. And we know some of the characteristics. Antitrust law enforcement can be slow. Cases, digital cases are very complex. They might take years. Sometimes also a case only focuses on certain infringements while the problems might be more systemic and it's difficult with cases to solve this. And also it is retrospective, not looking forward, what we do when we enforce against cases. And also, as I said, once we have markets where concentration has become very high, sometimes the problems are intrinsic and cannot really solve with just enforcement. This is the reason, next slide please, why we've witnessed around the world a number of jurisdictions that have introduced regulation against, well, against is not the right word, trying to address the issues raised by digitalization. Namely Europe with the Digital Markets Act, but you have also the UK, you have cases in Japan, we have studies in Australia. One thing, next slide, is that these regulations, they can follow different models. Countries have chosen different paths. I would say the main difference is in a situation like in Europe with the DMA, the idea was to have a set of established rules that would apply to all digital platforms that qualified as gatekeepers, so reaching certain quantitative and qualitative thresholds. While in other countries, for example the UK, the choice was more to have a more flexible framework and adapted to each different platforms. We are seeing now these rules implemented. It is probably too early to say whether they will solve the problems that they are aimed to solve. One thing that it's difficult not to mention is that, of course, this has become also part of a geopolitical, very complex situation. So this, in a way, might have discouraged certain countries from moving forward with plans that they had. This has become a very more complex discourse around trade policy. I certainly won't get into this. But just to say that at the moment we are not seeing new regulations coming into place. And maybe this is also a good time to reflect on whether these models are actually working. I think there is very wisely a country like Australia that said they are adopting an approach of waiting and see. You can also benefit from waiting and see among different models what is working well, what is not working well. And I would say, because we are now focusing on the message for developing countries, what I can say is that probably it wouldn't be wise, even without taking into account the geopolitical situation, to introduce new regulation and to have a patchwork of regulations when probably we need more consistency in approaching these platforms. So in terms of what I've said and how it reflects on jurisdictions such as the Philippines or other jurisdictions in the area, I think we heard already that it is very important when you can count on limited resources to prioritize. So one thing would be, I wouldn't think that I would suggest to PCC or other similar agencies to go after big cases against the big platforms. Not necessarily this is something that will be more beneficial for Filipinos consumers, while I would focus a lot on local platforms, because you might find the same problems that big jurisdictions are exploring in their cases, also with respect to local platforms, and also ensuring that local platforms thrive in a competitive environment is something that might benefit the Filipino economies more. The other thing is I would suggest to use the experience of bigger jurisdictions in several ways. One is these jurisdictions have produced cases that can be studied to better understand the problems. They have produced an enormous amount of market studies, so no reason to reinvent the wheel, because some of the issues that you find in these studies equally apply to different jurisdictions. And something that has been mentioned in the key address, and it's for me maybe the most important thing, is international cooperation. International cooperation is key because we are dealing with global phenomenon. And for one thing, for example, this is something that Professor Eleanor Fox has been advocating for many, many years. One can try to push into more experienced authorities that are doing cases against digital platforms to ask and to impose to the digital platforms, when they adopt remedies, that these remedies are adopted worldwide, because otherwise you risk that they behave well in jurisdictions where there were the cases, and they do not behave equally well in other jurisdictions in developing countries. And the other thing, it's been emphasized, regional cooperation, especially But not only that, also cooperation with other regions. I think it's something that could really benefit developing countries' competition agencies. And I stop here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Alessandra, and also thank you for emphasizing that competition and innovation is not necessarily are not necessarily competing objectives, no, but mutually reinforcing ones, no. And I think you emphasize also the importance of merger control, as in the experience of European Union countries, no. At the same time, the traditional antitrust tools have not worked, so many of the jurisdictions that you mentioned are working on looking at ex-ante tools that can actually try to address these competition issues. And so the importance really of prioritizing strategically, focusing on local market power, and as you said, looking at also the market studies that have been done, and also international cooperation would also be key to developing countries like the Philippines in addressing the competition issues. Let's now go to Mr. Ferrer of PCCI. Mr. Ferdinand.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to congratulate Chairman Mike. 10 years. I was here during the early stages, and now where you brought the agency or the commission, we've gone a long way. So I'd like to just touch on a couple of bullets here before we go to Q&A. So I'll just read this. As the Philippine Competition Commission, PCC, by the way, I just want to clarify. Hello. Okay. I just want to clarify. My association is PCCI. There's that extra, we're the Philippine Chamber of Commerce, the private sector. So, and we are partners and working with PCC. Now, I'm going to give you from the private sector's point of view. So, as the Philippine Competition Commission enters 2026, it is celebrating a decade of active operations since the establishment in 2016. It's currently at a critical, pivotal point, transitioning from its founding years of aggressive enforcement to a mature role in the national economy. Let me just cite a couple of wins, the PCC, from the eyes of the private sector. Since its inception, PCC has transformed from a startup agency into a credible watchdog with several landmark wins. One of which, the PCC has reviewed over 200 mergers and acquisitions with a combined transaction value in trillions of pesos. Notable actions that we saw include the nullification of the Chelsea TransAsia deal and the landmark conditions imposed on the Grab and Uber merger to protect commuters from price surges. Also, cracking down on cartels, the agency has successfully prosecuted high-profile cases involving abuse of dominant positions, such as the case against the mass housing developer for imposing an exclusive and inferior internet service provider on its residents. Establishment of the National Competition Policy, the NCP, through AO number 44, the PCC successfully mainstreamed competition principles across all government levels. Global leadership. The Philippines was selected to host 2026 ICN, or the International Competition Network Annual Conference, a clear signal that the PCC now is recognized as a world-class authority. And from the business side, enhancing the business environment. PCCI looks forward to a closer working relationship with the Philippine Competition Council, assisting PCC from an enforcer to an enabler. We should increase its use for forbearance, the power to refrain from enforcing certain rules of doing so it encourages innovation or helps an infant industry grow. This shows businesses that PCC is not just looking for fines, but for market health. We talked about MSMEs. Let me just give you a couple of bullets. MSME are the backbone of Philippine economy, yet they often face high entry tolls in forming administrative in the form of administrative complexity and uneven playing fields. Accelerating digital inclusion. Digitalization is the new highway for trade, but the highway is only useful if everybody can afford its tolls. A competitive market is a transparent one, and transparency is the ultimate tool for consumer power. We don't want a collection of markets. We want an integrated, competitive regional economy by institutionalizing trust by design through both digital tools and fair trade laws. We can turn 2026 into a year where growth isn't just fast, but inclusive. A competitive market is the bedrock of a resilient and innovative nation. And to drive 2026 growth, we must shift from merely policing big firms to empowering the entire ecosystem. Let me just give you context when it comes to the businesses. We have over 1.2 million businesses in the Philippines. 99% are micro and small. The 1% is divided into the medium and large companies. And 0.6% is medium. And 0.4% are the large companies. The reason I'm saying this, the innovation ecosphere is limited to a few. The competitiveness impacts the whole 1.2 million. So the innovation system, which PCCI now is working with the various agencies, trying to bring innovation down mainstream, maybe not to the micro, to the small and medium. There are less than 4,500 large companies in the Philippines. We don't have a unicorn company. All our surrounding neighbors in the ASEAN has unicorn companies. So we want, in the chamber, we want to really develop that innovative mindset. And we heard about digitalization. So if we connect the whole Philippines, internet connectivity, it gives parity first and foremost in education. Right now, I won't say the number, but there is a big digital divide between our educational system, especially during the pandemic. Second, MSMEs, they get connected. It opens up markets. It opens up the digital economy, which is what we've heard is really the future. Then maybe we can discuss later in the Q&A the pluses and minuses of getting into the e-commerce. So thank you very much, Mike, for inviting the Chamber. I won't say PCCI, but the Philippine Chamber of Commerce into the 10th anniversary. And we are your partners moving forward because competition is needed in the Philippines. Maraming salamat. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fer, for trying to expound on the relationship between competition, innovation, and the development, especially of small and medium enterprises. Okay, so at this point, we can now open the floor to questions to the panel. I understand that there's a Mentimeter that's being used to try to identify some of the priority questions that you might want to ask the panelists. So again, we've discussed in the panel the various aspects of competition policy, the issue of integration of competition and national development objectives, the role of competition and the link with innovation, and also the link also with small and medium micro, small and medium enterprise development. And I think this is the QR code, am I correct, of the Mentimeter.
Randy, can you just add one item just before while they're QR coding? You know, currently, since last year, the business sector, the whole trade and supply chain has shifted ever since President Trump established and pronounced all these tariffs. So the competition has become regionalized. And our countries are all aligning with different bilateral agreements similar to ASEAN as we host it in 2026. What Trump did gave us, let's look for new markets. But when you enter new markets, there's different competition. So this is where we at the Chamber are trying to educate our members about competing in the EU, competing in South and Central America, which is all different. Then we have the Tatak Pinoy bill, which we are supporting, the Chamber. In the Tatak Pinoy, we want to bring the products and services of Filipinos up, level up, and bring it. But the digital economy is where we are concerned. A digital economy, any kind of product from any country comes into the Philippines. So that is where, with the PCC and other government agencies, we are working closely and have engagements on how, at the end of the day, how to protect our 1.2 million businesses in the Philippines. Thank you.
So the issue really of the link between competition policy and the supply chains, then how do we actually maximize also many of our trade agreements? No? And, but that also interacts with the issues, no, that we have had in terms of digital economy. Okay, I believe that there are already some questions that have been raised in the Mentimeter.
Hi, Dr. Tuanyo. Yes, we've had very engaged audience members here. Earlier, we did flash the QR code. So if we could just, there you go, we're flashing it again. You may just scan the QR code and click Open Q&A. So do join the conversation. But in the meantime, we have a few questions already. This one is for all panelists, I think, Dr. Tuanyo. What regulatory reforms must be prioritized as a complement to strong competition enforcement to encourage private sector investment and innovation?
Okay, maybe we can start with Yusek Rose, because I think you already started that with your looking at also consumer protection, innovation policy are important concerns, and you said that also competition policy is embedded also in the development plan. So that's an important aspect, no, in terms of looking at how the country can also, how can competition policy support structural transformation as well.
So you mentioned about regulatory reform to encourage innovation. One of the things that we're promoting in the National Innovation Council is really the IP, intellectual property rights, IPR protection. Sorry. So intellectual property rights, because we want our innovation ecosystem, all these innovative products to be IP based. I think this would be the bedrock, if ever, when we get to the point about enforcing competition, anti-competitive practices later on. So another thing that we are doing right now, we have also presented this to the President last year, is again looking at the ease of doing business. Again, we've been at it for a very, very long time, but this time we have identified some priority legislations that we think can be the key, hopefully, the key to really improving this ease of doing business. One of the things we learned is that the office of the BPLO, Business Permit and Licensing Offices, these are manned mostly by job orders contractuals. So they are actually not permanent positions in the LGUs. And that one alone poses a lot of problems. So it actually, it undermines continuity of policy, continuity of initiatives, and there's not much by way of encouragement or incentive for the one who is there. Probably his KPI is just to generate the revenue. And sometimes not the legal revenue, yeah. And therefore we wanted we wanted to have a plantilla position first for the key cities, and then we'll take off from there, try to see if that's the thing that's working. We are also pushing for amendments to the ARTA law, because many of the the good provisions in the ARTA law has the word may, yeah, and not shall. And so, but of course, this is still, it will be a big battle going forward. But that's something that we are willing to take on, and we will be discussing this with other legislators. We're also looking at the ease of re-entry, because we always talk about entry and not the re-entry, meaning, closing a business so that you can open a new one. Because again, in the startup space, it's always like that. You start up, as the phrase is, as the name suggests. You just start up, and then afterwards you give it to another, combine it with another, and then work on another one. And that means you might have to divest your interest in that first startup and then open a new one. So we're again looking at what are these policy reforms that need to be in place in order to ease those protocols. And well, the good news is that the President has already provided that directive. We have presented the preliminary findings of the study to him. And so we are now working towards the finalization of the draft bill.
Thank you, Yusek Rose. I don't know, Dr. Alexander, you talked about earlier, in your presentation, the need also of strengthening competition authorities, the tools that are being used by. Sorry.
I forgot to mention earlier. When we did the PDP 2023 to 2028, under the Chapter 10, which is the competition chapter, there were 5 priority legislations. So it's really the NTC modernization, amendments to the Magna Carta of MSME, the Konektadong Pinoy Internet Transactions Act, or actually more of the consumer protection on digital transactions. And the 5th one is amending the GPRA, the Government Procurement Regulatory Act. So I'm happy to inform you that 3 have already been passed and acted into law. So dalawa na lang. The NTC modernization, which we think will complement the Konektadong Pinoy, because you really need to give them more powers. Yeah. And then amending the Magna Carta for MSMEs. And it's really towards being able to provide more support as needed.
So yeah, thank you. Thank you, Yusek Rose, for that update. Alessandra?
Yes, one thing that I mentioned is the resources that competition agencies need to deal with these difficult challenges. And well, resources both in terms of budget, of staff, and also in resources that give the ability to the agency to retain the staff, because this is also very important, because sometimes you can hire staff, then you train them, and then because it's for them there is competition and they might be offered better positions in other agencies or in especially in the private sector. It is very important because the expertise is an important element. The expertise that you gain over years. So I would say this is something. And if I may add something that I didn't mention before, I wanted to mention because I was struck by something in Professor Basilacan's presentation on what might be helpful for the Philippines is to reap the advantages of digitalization. You need infrastructures. So you need communication infrastructure and energy infrastructures. You mentioned the digital divide. I mean, if you do not bring the internet all over the country, you might leave out consumers, but also small and medium enterprises that might benefit from that. So this is something that, of course, it's a matter for regulation, possibly better regulation, but it's also a matter of priorities for the competition agency, that these might be sectors to monitor very closely. So this is what I meant when focus on the local problems might be more effective than just go. This is not the case of PCC, but it's been the case of other small jurisdictions to go after the big case against the big platforms. Sometimes it's more effective. Maybe look at your infrastructures, and this must be more beneficial.
Okay, thank you. So for Dina, I don't know if you have an answer to the complementary policies. You were talking earlier about local firms not trying to diversify their markets, but also at the same time facing a different set of competition rules in this market, so and also digitalization. So any sort of reflections from your members on what policies that can support these enterprises also as well?
Just a couple of things, we support the PCC in adopting dynamic efficiency framework by moving beyond traditional price-based reviews to evaluate mergers and behavior based on their impact and long-term R&D and innovation impact. So we want PCC, hopefully, to have a seat at the table during drafting of industrial policies. You are our link to PCC because you would protect our MSME in the Philippines. That policies to ensure new regulations do not accidentally create barriers for entry of MSMEs. And through PCC, I believe you can represent, and together we will support you on that. So.
Okay, so thank you. Any other question coming from the audience?
Yes, we do. Dr. Tuanya, this one, how do you measure increase in innovation within the target sectors and within government's own operations?
Okay, so question on innovation, I believe also Yusek Rose might want to start this because of the work we've done in the National Innovation Council.
Yeah, at the macro level, we actually monitor, of course, the Global Innovation Index. So in the Global Innovation Index, there are two pillars there. The inputs pillar, innovation inputs, and then the innovation outputs pillar. And we have set numerical targets in the PDP for every year. And I'm happy to report that every year we have been surpassing the target, both in terms of the innovation inputs and outputs. So part of the innovation inputs that we are still working towards is to increase the full-time equivalent of personnel engaged in R&D. So that is still something that, we have set a standard. We have set a target by 2028 and then by 2032, which is the end of the NIASD, National Innovation Agenda strategy document. We figured that for that to happen, then we will need to produce, I forgot the number, but so many PhDs. Because what we want is that for every state university, there is a critical mass of PhD holders. Because these are the ones that can pursue independent research. And as you know, the innovation, there are three stages here. You have the invention, and this is mostly where your scientists come in. And then you have the innovation, where you have the entrepreneurs as well, the market developers, the product developers, and the third part is the diffusion. And for the diffusion, to make sure that you still protect the innovators, we want the innovation to be IP-backed, intellectual property-backed. So anyway, it starts with the inventors having a critical mass of this R&D. And so we are working with our education agencies to make sure that we are able to increase that, because we see that that is a critical input to innovation and also the innovation outputs.
Okay, thank you, Yusek Rose. Any other also response in terms of measuring innovation?
Oh, yes, sorry. Every year, we actually give out innovation grants, and this one is for well, the government sector, because it's us that administers the fund, and that's part of the general provision. So it's the SUCs, GOCCs can also propose, LGUs can also propose, and other government agencies. And I just came from Naga City LGU, and their proposal is developing an AI tool for traffic management, actually for transport management. And this is, again, something that we have been promoting. I know that later on there will be question on the big data, but with respect to AI, one of the spaces that I think we can start promoting until we have fixed the policy framework for the big data is really working on the small language models. So these small language models require small data. So you don't need to knock on the, the doors of the big telcos. It doesn't matter if they don't give you the data, you can develop your own. So, so this is actually also the direction that we're going for in the short term. And we think that even with this, we can actually grow the AI tools and the AI, the adoption of AI to so many sectors already.
Okay, thank you. Any other response on how do we measure innovation? And maybe, as you said, Alessandra, in your work at, well, at least in Europe, now looking at the competition policies, competition authorities there, we said that competition actually even has strengthened innovation also as well. So maybe what could be an overview, in terms of how you look at the strength of innovation in jurisdictions where competition policy has really strengthened?
Yes. Well, one thing that has become, for example, in mergers now, looking at innovation, there are several decisions by the European Commission where one thing that they look, for example, is the expense in research and development. This is more at the firm level, you might look at that. More generally, certain data that you can look at, well, one measure that is also relevant for competition is the level of entry in a market. So how many new companies enter in the market, and this might be a proxy for innovation. Another is the number of patents that are in any given market. So these are all measures that can be used and can be useful from a competition point of view, as I said, looking at mergers and seeing whether the result of the merger in the medium run might decrease innovation is something that is now more at the focus. I don't think in traditional merger review this was an aspect that was looked at so closely, but now competition authorities will look at these measurements also.
Okay, thank you. And in the experience also of PCCI, Ferdinand, you were talking about bringing down innovation into also your small and medium enterprise members. So how do you measure maybe the success of these interventions that you have with your members also as well?
Well, I'll break it down to two aspects. The Philippines and then with our neighbors. In the Philippines, from our dealings with the government, there are improvements. The ease of doing business and the ease of operating, we are not on the level where we wish we want, but we see the movement moving forward. On the private sector side, we always look at from the patents. We are working with IPO, the office, Intellectual Property Office, and we also see and we look at our members and our association members. Are we getting new technologies into the country. Because if we're working on legacy, sooner or later it's sunset. So we're actively working with different government agencies and international agencies for the technology transfer, and we support the PhDs on the R&D. I think R&D will benefit, years down the road, but we want to be seen as a country where we have the population, the country as an innovative hub, an innovative mindset. So we're working on that. We're still behind versus our neighbors, but we have time to leapfrog. As when we all work together, I believe there are plans in place with different government agencies working together. I know in the semiconductor and electronics, we're working on developing PhDs and also chip design, 28,000 engineers to attract semiconductor within the region. We want to be a player in that supply chain. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I believe we have time
That's
still
it.
for...
Maybe,
more.
yes, for your synthesis, Dr. Tuanyo.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, so maybe, we'll thank you again to the panelists. I won't really attempt to synthesize everything, but we talked a lot about the different issues, and which was also earlier discussed by the earlier presenters. No? So first, the integration really of competition policy with national development policy, and this was well expounded by Yusek Rose. No? The link between innovation and also competition policy, which Alessandra also said that wasn't really different or not competing against each other, but also further support should be further supported in terms of competition policy. And then the last also discussed by Mr. Ferdinand about how competition policy can actually even support the work that they've been doing, especially with small and medium enterprises also as well. So again, maybe let's thank our panelists, Yusek Rose, Dr. Alessandra, and Mr. Ferdinand for their presentations this morning, and also for the responses that they have to your questions. So let's give them a round of applause. Maraming salamat.
Also, a round of applause to our moderator, Dr. Tuanyo. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please stay on stage for now because we will proceed with the awarding of certificates of appreciation. So these are awarded in recognition of our speakers' valuable contributions in today's conference. May we call back on stage Chairperson Michael Aguinaldo to award the certificates and tokens. So we begin with Dr. Philip Arnold Tuanyo, our panel moderator. Thank you, Dr. Tuanyo. And next, Under Secretary Rosemary Edilion. Yusek Rose, thank you once again. And of course, next is Dr. Alessandra Tonazzi. And finally, Mr. Ferdinand Feder. We'd like to request our awardees to please remain on stage for a brief photo opportunity as a group. All right, once again, another round of applause, please, for our panel session number 1. You know, we actually received a lot of questions from the audience members. Unfortunately, we didn't have enough time, but don't worry, you have time to approach the speakers during the networking break. And I think that concludes our morning session. We will now break for lunch. And we look forward to welcoming you back at 1:50 p.m. Again, we'll see you back here at 1:50 p.m. for our second panel discussion. Bon appetit. Please enjoy the break. Again, if you have questions we weren't able to accommodate, Don't worry, you can approach the speakers yourselves. All right, we'll see you back at 1:50. Bon appetit.
Ali Reyes.
Saxophone, ano?
Yes po. Parang pwede ko mention na you'll see ano.
Later.
Yes. Tapos ba't ko lang kumain pero marami ko
Program resume. Naging 1:30. Ladies and gentlemen, serenading us on the saxophone, Mr. Ali Reyes. A round of applause, please. We'd like to invite everyone to please get ready to wrap up lunch break. We are about to resume our program. Thank you very much. Once again, we'd like to remind everyone to please begin making your way back to the ballroom. Our program is about to restart. Ladies and gentlemen, may we kindly request everyone to please settle down and take their seats. We're about to resume the afternoon session of the 2026 Manila Forum on Competition in Developing Countries. Ladies and gentlemen, may we kindly request everyone to again take their seats as we resume the afternoon session of the 2026 Manila Forum on Competition in Developing Countries. This afternoon, we continue our examination of competition policy and enforcement with a focus now on legal frameworks and the evolving role of economics and antitrust, particularly in the context of developing economies and the digital age. We now proceed to panel session number 2, Legal Reflections on Antitrust Frameworks in Developing Countries. The establishment of independent antitrust authorities and the adoption of competition frameworks across jurisdictions reflect the growing recognition of competition policy as a cornerstone of national development strategies. However, institutional capacities, enforcement tools, and legal traditions vary widely, posing challenges in adapting broad legal principles to local market realities, especially amid rapid digital transformation. Our next panel will reflect on the trajectory of legal and institutional reforms, highlighting persistent challenges and exploring how localized frameworks can better address both traditional and emerging antitrust issues in developing economies. Now, to moderate our second panel discussion, we are pleased to welcome Dean Gwen Grecia de Vera, Professor and Dean at the University of the Philippines College of Law. She previously served as Executive Director of the Philippine Competition Commission and as Program Director of the Competition Law and Policy Program of the UP Law Center. Once again, please join me in welcoming Dean Gwen. And joining her as panelists are Ms. Rachel Burgess, Executive Director at the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission. Ms. Burgess, Executive Director for International Engagement at the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission, is responsible for the ACCC's international work, including development partner programs supporting competition and consumer protection law and policy across ASEAN and the Pacific. She brings extensive experience across private practice, government, and academia, and for over a decade has worked closely with ASEAN competition authorities and the ASEAN Secretariat to support the implementation of competition law. She holds a Bachelor of Laws honors and a Master of Laws in Public International Law and is the co-author of the Philippine Competition Act Annotated, which she co-authored with former PCC Commissioner Amabel Asuncion. And our second panelist is Attorney Jose Perpetuo Lotilla, Dean of the School of Law of Manuel L. Quezon University. He brings over 3 decades of experience in legal practice, having served as a senior partner at CICIP Salazar Hernandez and Gatmaitan, with extensive work in corporate law, international banking and finance, securities, foreign investments, and infrastructure projects. Attorney Lotilla has also served in government as Undersecretary for Legal Affairs and Undersecretary for Civil Aviation at the Department of Transportation, contributing to policy and regulatory work in the transport sector. He has likewise served as Executive Director of the Integrated Bar of the Philippines and has taught law at several institutions, including the University of the Philippines College of Law. And our third panelist is Attorney Noel Emmanuel Gascon, Head of the Internal Audit Service of the Quezon City Government. He oversees internal audit functions under the Office of the City Mayor with a focus on promoting transparency, accountability, and good governance at the local government level. Prior to this, Attorney Gascon served as Attorney 6 at the Commission on Audit, where he worked on policy development and the Commission's strategic plan, and also practiced law in the private sector. He holds a Juris Doctor from the Ateneo School of Law and a Master of Laws from the National University of Singapore. Thank you, sir. Now, at this point, I now turn the floor over to Dean Gwen. Dean, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It is my distinct pleasure to welcome all of you to the panel on reflections on antitrust frameworks in developing countries. I have had the incomparable experience of actually being part of launching the first Manila Forum on Competition in Developing Countries with the incredible team of the Philippine Competition Commission. So before we start, I'd like to take this opportunity to extend heartfelt congratulations to the PCC on 10 years of enforcement, advocacy, and policy formulation. The UP Law Center, through the Competition Law and Policy Program, is grateful for our continued partnership. Several years ago, 10 years ago, when the Philippine Competition Act was passed, we would say that we are joining 119 other jurisdictions with either antitrust or competition laws. Today, more countries have adopted antitrust or competition legislation, and in several jurisdictions, significant changes in their antitrust or competition law regimes are taking place. In the EU, with the passage of their Digital Markets Act and Digital Services Act, in EU and the US with respect to their revision of their merger review guidelines or merger review regime. Even as a young agency, not just in the country but in the region and globally, the PCC overcame early challenges and emerged as a leading competition authority. Apart from promulgating rules and promulgating its prioritization guide and tools such as BURST. Later this year, the Commission will host International Competition Network Conference. This panel is a timely examination of 10 years of competition law and policy in the Philippines, with a view to enhancing legal and institutional frameworks in developing countries, considering what we have learned about developments in enforcement this morning from both Secretary Balisacan and Dr. Durand. So without further ado, let's get started with the panel. We will first hear from ACCC Executive Director Rachel Burgess. Rachel has been part of the development of competition policy in the country. I had the privilege of working with Rachel on research regarding our MSMEs, which perhaps you can revisit after her hearing this morning from Undersecretary Edilion and our PCCI President. So I'd like to invite Rachel to get our panel started with her presentation on key achievements of competition regimes and authorities in developing economies.
Thank you very much, Gwen. Good afternoon, everyone. We have the after lunch slot, so we will make this entertaining. Let me start by thanking Chair Mike and all staff at the Philippine Competition Commission for the invitation to be at the Manila Forum. It is really, truly an honor to be here. The Philippines has a very special place in my heart, and I'm really delighted to have the opportunity to be here this week to celebrate your 10th anniversary. I really wanted to endorse the comments that Alessandra made just earlier. It's always a delight to work with the Philippines, and I thank you all very much for your collaboration. The Australian Competition and Consumer Commission, who I'm here representing today, have had a great partnership with the PCC for many years now, and we look forward to it continuing. I am going to cover a few areas today to respond to this question. I'm going to start with a quick stock take on competition and policy law and law in, around the world very briefly. I wanted to spend a few moments on the PCC's achievements, much of which actually has already been covered this morning, so I won't repeat. But then I thought I would focus not so much on the gaps, but on the challenges that we are facing, because I think many of the gaps, in fact, are challenges that we are all grappling with around the world today. So if I start with just a little bit of a stock take on CPL, as Gwen has just said, there is now, hundreds, 140 plus agencies around, competition laws around the world and agencies to support the implementation of those laws. And that has really increased in the last couple of decades, and in the ASEAN region, very much an increase in the last decade or so. I think this increase really does reflect that recognition that effective competition is a key tool for promoting productivity, promoting innovation, and promoting economic growth. We have already touched on this morning the investment that is needed to support competition laws and agencies, and I think we see in the Philippines a real commitment to that from the Philippine government in supporting the development of competition law from the very early stages. It certainly is something that we in Australia have also had the benefit of, is getting that government support as we progress through our challenges. I did have some slides, but if they are not up yet, that's okay. There was, yes, just a chart here on your left-hand side, which was published in the OECD Competition Trends, published in December last year, which I think is a good example, a good illustration of this point about the investment that is needed in competition agencies, and does show, a steady increase over the last few years. And certainly with all the challenges ahead, we will need to continue with that investment. If I can turn briefly then to comment on the PCC's achievements, and I have highlighted some things on the next slide. Certainly the Philippine Competition Commission has not only very quickly become a leader in the region, but also so well recognised internationally and I'm delighted that you will be hosting the International Competition Network annual conference in May here. I had some data up there. I think we've already captured some of that this morning. I won't repeat it, but I think it's a pretty impressive record for 10 years of enforcement. The other point I wanted to draw out actually was just the focus that the PCC has had from the very early days, not just on uplifting capacity within the agency itself, which is obviously critical, but also uplifting capacity in the Philippines. So programs like the one Gwen is running at UP, you know, uplifting the knowledge in students on competition law, law practices, the government. So really investing in that competition community in the Philippines has been a real standout, I think, for the Philippines. So with that distraction, I will move now to look at, you know, some of the gaps and challenges that I think we are all grappling with around the world. And I think we can call these both sort of global challenges and regional challenges. I wanted to highlight a point about the merger regimes around the world, because I think it is one area where there is some differences within the ASEAN region. There are differences, and certainly around the world there are differences in the way jurisdictions assess mergers, the timing of those assessments, and the nature of the review. I wanted to draw out Australia's recent change in this area. So we have just implemented from the 1st of January this year, so we are 32 days in to our new regime. We have brought in a mandatory administrative system. So previously, those parties that were completing mergers in Australia could choose voluntarily to notify the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission. And if they did or if they didn't, the ACCC could bring action in the courts to determine whether the merger should proceed or not. So we did not have administrative power to block a merger. We had to take it through the court system. So from the 1st of January, we now have a mandatory regime subject to thresholds, as is the case here in the Philippines, of course. And if those thresholds are met, then the parties must notify the ACCC. We're delighted to have this new regime. We think it's a really important, I should say we also now have the administrative power to make the decision ourselves. So we do not have to take every anti-competitive merger through the court system, which is obviously going to create a lot of efficiencies for us. We are pleased that we have this system. We have had scenarios where mergers have not been identified or notified to us. So we are now very happy that we have this opportunity to review all mergers notified and make an assessment ourselves whether to the extent to which they are anti-competitive. It also imposes strict timeframes on us. So from a business perspective, this is a positive thing as well, because we can, or we're required to meet statutory timeframes to keep merger decisions ticking over. So I think I wanted to draw that out because I think we do see a lot of difference around the world in the way that merger regimes work, but there is certainly a trend towards the ex-ante mandatory regime, which Australia has now adopted, having abandoned our voluntary regime. The second point I wanted to draw out, which I think is a point of difference between a number of jurisdictions, is the jurisdiction for competition and consumer policy areas. So the ACCC has had jurisdiction to cover and enforce both competition law and consumer law for a while now, and we find it a very effective system. We really believe that those laws work in tandem with each other. We believe that a competitive market relies on competitive tension, which should drive your better prices, better products, etc. But a competitive market also relies on intelligent consumers who have got the right information to hand to enable them to decide between those competitive products. So we are firmly of the view that both policies reinforce each other, and we definitely see efficiencies generated in our agency itself by having the two policy areas under the same roof. There are many examples of where an issue has been brought to our attention as a competition issue, and we've ended up pursuing a consumer law remedy, or vice versa. Consumer law issues often inform our competition work. The next area I wanted to cover was digital. Now, I don't want to go over this too much because we have already had the panel just before lunch dealing with digital. Just to draw out, we have already made reference, Alessandra made reference to the ACCC's work in the digital platforms. We had a 5-year inquiry. We have 10 publicly available reports. So if anyone wants to see those, let me know and I can share the link with you. We have, the ACCC made a range of recommendations to government about how we thought we as a country should respond to digital platforms and the issues that arise there. Those proposals have been supported by government, and we're in the process of having some conversations with Treasury about what the next steps are. But as Alessandra said, we're not moving particularly quickly or urgently. The other point I wanted to draw out in relation to digital was Australia has established a digital platform regulators forum. I was speaking to Chip about this earlier. I've now got the name right. So DP Reg Forum is how we abbreviate it. And that forum was intended to bring together all of the authorities in Australia who have some jurisdictional responsibility for digital platforms. Because I think what we have recognised is that not one agency can take responsibility for regulating digital markets. So the ACCC is a member, the ACMA, which is the Australian Communications and Media Authority, is a member, E-Safety Commissioner, and also our Office of the Australian Information Commissioner. So all of those bodies meet regularly. There's a terms of reference available publicly that talks about goals being building capacity, promoting regulatory coherence, and responding to emerging risks and opportunities. So I think you can see there the recognition that there's a lot of work to be done in this space, and it cannot be just the responsibility of one particular agency to lead that work. I was thinking it must be a reflection of my age. I'm up here with paper and pen, but anyway. The fourth point I wanted to raise is actually sort of going a little bit off topic, but I think it's important and I thought it would be of interest to this audience. And that is productivity and the role of competition in productivity and what we are seeing around the world in that space. So governments, of course, are under a lot of pressure to improve productivity of our countries. In turn, we're seeing in Australia, and we're seeing it in other parts of the world as well, the UK is one that springs immediately to mind, pressure going then from the government onto particular agencies. What can you be doing, competition authority, to help improve productivity? So the UK CMA has announced a number of changes in the way that they are operating, and partly in response to this drive for productivity in the UK. Australia, we recently held, about 6 months ago, the Treasurer called a productivity roundtable. Our chair, Gina Cascott-Leib, represented many regulators at that forum and talked there about ways that we think as the ACCC we can support improvement in the economy. A lot of that is about regulatory reform. Are we over-regulating? Are there things we can simplify to bring productivity up in our country? And I think this ties in very much to some of the points Alessandra was making about innovation earlier. So that there's a lot available around the world at the moment in relation to this question of productivity and competition and the role for competition in productivity improvement. So one, I think that's worth some consideration. The final point I'm going to make is just going back to this one about international cooperation. I think now more than ever, it is important that we are having conversations internationally. We have benefited in Australia enormously from engagement in the ICN, in OECD discussions, in more regional forums like this one. So it's a delight for us to be able to continue being part of those discussions and really look forward to continuing to collaborate within our region on some of these challenges. So I will leave it there for now. Thanks, Gwen.
Thank you, Rachel. Before serving as Dean of MLKU School of Law, Dean Lotilia served in various capacities, most recently in infrastructure development, where competition issues have been quite exciting. I would like to invite Dean Juju Lotilia for his presentation on competition regimes in developing countries.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I wish to thank PCC for inviting me to this forum. And it is indeed a new experience to go into this forum from another perspective, because for 4 years I was in government, and part of my work was regulation. Now, today I'm back in the private sector, and I thought I should just raise some points regarding the Philippine experience regarding antitrust law and regulation. As you know, the Philippines, as early as the 1900s, already had antitrust legislation. It was the Sherman Antitrust Act, which was incorporated into the revised Penal Code of the Philippines. But then, again, as in certain instances in history, the laws are sometimes not given the requisite importance that they should have been given. So for decades, the Article 186 of the revised Penal Code was effectively dead letter law, because there were no prosecutions under that statute, despite the fact that the Sherman Antitrust Law, as you all know, was the most comprehensive and broadest regulation on antitrust in the United States. But in the Philippines, it was just there. And in fact, I recall that there was just one apocryphal note regarding the antitrust law. And under Article 186 of the revised Penal Code of the Philippines, it was the article on monopolies and combinations in restraint of trade. Now, this apocryphal story is that they said that it should have been applied when a group of bandits attacked a town, surrounded it, and prevented the ingress and egress of products and services. And because of that, the cost of, or the prices of the goods in that town increased so much. So that they said that that should have been a case for Article 186 prosecution. But then, again, there were also instances in the past in Philippine history, in Philippine legal history, where the practices that are prescribed by competition law happened. One famous case before was, I think, the case of Halili Beer, which was is a small startup company, started producing beer, and what happened was that the major brand, then they decided to buy up all of the bottles of that beer, and they dumped it in the ocean. So therefore, the Halili beer could not produce additional bottles of beer and could not compete effectively. Again, of course, that would have been a trigger for an application of the statute, but it was treated under, if I recall correctly, under torts and damages for in effect, intentional tort. Now, in the Philippines, the knowledge of competition law has been rather limited for some time. I recall that around 20 years ago, I was in a forum where the statement made was that there was no antitrust law in the Philippines. And I had to raise my hand and say, look, there's Article 186 of the Revised Penal Code, and it's there. There's antitrust law. Now, through the years, I think the Philippine government has regained, or shall we say, remembered that there was antitrust law in the Philippines. And so in around 2006, I believe, the Department of Justice started an office headed by an assistant secretary to enforce competition law in the Philippines. Basically, because if you look at Philippine legislative history, there are several statutes that contain provisions against precisely anti-competitive practices. They're set out in other legislation, not just in the Revised Penal Code. So when the Philippine Competition Act was enacted, this law became the first comprehensive statute that had enough, that created a specific agency with the power to precisely go into anti-competitive behavior. And this, of course, was a seminal event in the Philippines because before that, as I said, it was not given importance. But but here in the Philippines, if you look at the landscape, you have, I think it was earlier mentioned in the first panel, that we have very many small and medium-scale enterprises, and there are huge conglomerates that dominate the playing field. And precisely because of that, you know, the Philippines is an area where there's need for vigorous enforcement of competition law. Now, I think I should just maybe mention that there are still challenges for the PCA and the Philippine Competition Commission. And I think as somebody who was in government before, I think the first challenge is appropriation of funds for the agency, which is always a major problem. Okay. Now, this would be needed because the Philippines today is still not yet conscious about competition as a way of life in order to create economic activity, to promote economic development, and ensure relative equality in among our people. And of course, this challenge needs a focus on education. There's there has to be a focus on education of the public to be conscious about anti-competitive behavior. There has to be also a focus to orient our judges and prosecutors regarding competition law. Because today, I think, except for the generation of law students that went to law school after 2016, I think most of the older generation are not as cognizant of the need for competition law and competition policy. Now, again, there is a need for the tools or the information for the PCC to do its work. And I mentioned this as a dearth of data and historical record, because we don't have a system where, you know, the data, for instance, is compiled by each industry. I think in most advanced jurisdictions, the respective industries have their own data on their industry. And this is something that can be tapped by the Competition Commission when they wish to check on the competitiveness of the companies engaged in a particular industry. Now, there is obviously, because of the Philippine economic situation, a reluctance on the part of companies, especially the more established ones, to share data, to provide information regarding competitive advantage, for instance, because it's part of, the business knowledge that, and they wish to preserve that, to preserve their advantage vis-a-vis newcomers or new entrants into the specific industry. So, because of these things, the way ahead is still something that has to be, shall we say, there's still need for perhaps additional legislation or regulation, because you would need perhaps to encourage or maybe require industries to set up data banks regarding their own data, so that the Competition Commission, when it, for instance, wishes now to inquire into whether or not a specific situation requires intervention because of anti-competitive behavior, and it has to be backed by hard economic data in order to reach a specific conclusion, the setting up of that data bank, I think, will be helpful to each industry and also to the Competition Commission. Now, there are, I think, going forward, there has been a lot of, for instance, talk about the Freedom of Information Act. The Freedom of Information Act, I think in other jurisdictions, has actually dissuaded companies from providing data to the government regulators because of their fear that through the Freedom of Information Act, outside parties may be able to access the data that they provide. Now, I understand that in some jurisdictions, this type of concern has been addressed by legislation, or actually not legislation actually, but it was an initiative by certain jurisdictions. They set up what are called state-sponsored organizations. State-sponsored organizations outside the ambit of the Freedom of Information Act, because if you're a state organization, usually you would be subject to Freedom of Information Act requirements. In certain jurisdictions, I understand they have set up these state-sponsored institutions that serve as receptacles or depositories of data. And the data is guarded, in effect, by existing privacy laws from intrusion by other parties that may just wish to look at the data for their own purposes and not really for certain, shall we say, societal objectives. I think that could be something that could be looked into in the future when it does happen, in order to allow companies and parties to continue to provide data and information to government. So these are just the points that I wish to raise this afternoon. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Dean Lotilia. As a Q citizen, I'm excited to hear from our next panel member to share with us the local government experience with his presentation on Quezon City's competition enforcement best practices. Please join me in welcoming Attorney Noel Gascon.
Thank you, Dean Gwen. Yeah. On behalf of our local Chief Executive, Mayor Joy Belmonte, I have the privilege of presenting to the body competition at the local government level. But first off, thank you to Chair Aguinaldo for letting me into the conference room. He was my former boss during his time in the Commission on Audit, so I have a debt of gratitude to this man. Yeah, and to all of our distinguished guests and my co-panelists, good afternoon, everyone. So, as we mentioned earlier, local government innovation for fair and competitive markets. So, there are 3 best practices that the LGU can show off, specifically Quezon City. The next slide will display the top 3. So, here we go. So, an LGU takes on an active role for competition enforcement because it's the frontline government agency that delivers services to its constituents. So it plays a role in shaping markets. The local policies directly affect competition. And Quezon City, as you'll see later on, demonstrates how it can support national competition policy. Moving on. So these are the 3 best practices. First is risk-based regulation and streamlined enforcement. This is in reference to the Executive Order number 38, series of 2025, issued by Mayor Belmonte, I think December 23. So this will be rolled out within the first quarter of 2026. Next is interagency coordination, PCC LGU, competition dialogue. There was a formal linkage conducted back in December 2024 involving our Sanggunian and then the PCC. And then third would be consumer-centric market integrity and compliance culture. So to drill deeper on risk-based business regulation, why it matters, the EO is in line with RA 11032, Ease of Doing Business. So it encourages business creation and being pro-consumer. We can see here the innovation brought by the EO in the next slide. It identifies businesses as low risk, medium risk, high risk. So the permit processing, low risk, 3 days, medium risk, 7 days, high risk would be 20 days. What's an example of a high-risk industry? Cold storage for meat, because the refrigerant used in those facilities are flammable, just as an example. Yeah, moving on. So proportionate inspections. So as you'll see, high risk, annual, medium risk, biannual. So this doesn't mean twice a year, it means an inspection every 2 years. Low risk, triannual, not 3 times a year, it's once every 3 years. So the benefit would be it reduces the regulatory burden, frees enforcement resources, so our inspectors can focus primarily on high-risk industries that if a tragedy occurs, it will be burdensome to the community. Finally, prevents harassments of compliant firms. So it already diminishes the bar to entry and participation in low-risk sectors. Moving on. So with regard to this policy, so it's data-driven, data analytics for business classification. In Quezon City, you can register your business online. Automated compliance and tracking, so once the industry is tagged, the system will already automate when the inspector should visit the business. And then we're preparing for digital marketplace oversight when the time comes. Keep going. So next, second point, PCC LGU Interagency Competition Dialogue Model. So last December 24, as previously mentioned on record, there is a linkage now. We can see in the next slide the commitments. So Mayor Joy Belmonte, on behalf of the executive branch of the local government unit, together with our City Council, otherwise known as the Sangguniang Panglungsod, which is the local legislative body. So the counterpart agencies would be the Competition Enforcement Office, Mergers and Acquisitions Office, Economics Office. The policy briefing for lawmakers is very valuable as it will provide deep insight to our elected officials. Let's keep going. Then here, we can see the enforcement roles. So as discussed in December 2024, this is how it will be laid out. Of course, we're open to any updates on the said arrangement. Let's keep going. So capacity building. So yeah, of course, training on 1066-7 is very valuable. So we already had first contact with some of our other agencies, specifically our local economic development, investments promotion office. So they have interface with PCC on numerous activities. And then, of course, guidance from AO number 44 and, yeah, pro-policy integration. Let's keep going. So, of course, joint oversight of digital markets. So we're just in preparation for that. So data sharing protocols, as mentioned by Dean Lutilia about freedom of information. So that will be some of the topics covered. Eventual monitoring of e-commerce platforms, online advertising, digital service dominance. Online advertising, why is that? Because nga of false claims made to our consumer public. The third one is our consumer-centric market integrity practices. So yeah, let's see how it goes. So the lens used here is pro-consumer. So for the 4th consecutive year, the DTI has identified Quezon City as the most competitive LGU. So there we go. And of course, protecting by innovation and fair play. So strong action against unfair competition. And we received a special award from the Intellectual Property Office for filing the most number of applications. And then, of course, building market trust, permit conditions tied to fair conduct. The permit conditions, when we deny a permit, it's for strategic reasons such as it prevents bad actors from joining the market, and of course, ensuring that the representations made to the public are fair. Anti-graft enforcement, the laws of the land, the Anti-Graft and Practices Act is already embedded in our policies. Likewise, the rules of the new Government Procurement Act. And yeah, transparency in our payment systems. We offer electronic official receipts for most of our transactions. Miscellaneous fees, they're all online. Should they not be online, please let us know. We have our hotline 122. So it's like our localized version of 888. It will be a ticketed transaction. So we will be providing updates to the complainant. Yeah, let's keep going. And here, the benefit of consumer-centric policies, clear rules, fixed timelines, a compliance toolkit, and business guidance program. So specifically for micro entrepreneurs, we provide mentoring programs for them, not just financial literacy, ethics also, how to differentiate fake news, and other capacitating workshops. Let's keep going. And then targeting bad actors, not good business. So revocation of permits to prevent unfair practices. It sends a strong deterrent signal and preserves market integrity. In this age of social media, these aspects are actually easier to discover. Because when a consumer makes a complaint, it becomes viral, and sooner or later, it will eventually tag somebody from the local government unit. So it's very helpful nowadays. Yeah. Let's keep going. So the key lessons, we would like to strongly encourage LGUs to participate in competition policy for smart regulation, to promote competition, coordination, prevents enforcement gaps, consumer protection strengthens competition, specifically in the area of IP protection, and then digital readiness, so we're tooling up for that. Yeah, so the call to action, it would be best for LGUs to adopt a risk-based regulation, similar to what I mentioned earlier on EO number 38, series of 2025. Expand PCC LGU competition dialogue nationwide and build a pro-competitive local governance ecosystem. Yeah, that's it for me. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Attorney Cascon. Our esteemed panel members will surely welcome questions, and we will be assisted with the Q&A by our host. I think we will be using Mentimeter once again. Please do indicate if you're able, if you wish to direct your question to a particular panelist.
Hi, Dean Gwen. So for this segment, we are shaking things up a little bit. There will be no mentees meter, no more QR code. We will do this live. So if you have questions, please just raise your hand. We've got satellite microphones, and we've got our team to approach you. Just state your name, your organization, and direct your question. All right, so do we have any takers for our question and answer with our session panel number 2? Yes, do we have questions? Maybe we give everyone a little bit of time, and we did receive questions earlier already. Dean Gwen, if I may just share, how should competition authorities in developing countries balance international best practices with a need to tailor antitrust rules to local market conditions?
Right. I think I'd like to invite Rachel to address that question, but of course, after Dean Juju and Attorney Noel, based on their experience, may want to weigh in.
Thank you, Gwen, and thanks for the question. I think it is the million-dollar question, actually. If I had $1 for every time I'd been asked that over the last decade, I'd be very wealthy, I think. Look, it's a real challenge, and I think one of the things that we need to be very mindful of for developing countries is resource. We've talked about that a lot today, and international best practice is often a very high gold-plated standard, that not everyone can meet, and certainly not from the very beginning. The approach that I've always tried to take is to illustrate the benefits of the best practice, why it is the way it is, and then try to find and work with countries to find a solution that is as close to that as is doable for your stage of development, for the stage of the competition agency, for the experience in the country at the time. I think the other point that I often try to bring out is If we use ASEAN as the example, there are now 11 member states of ASEAN, 10 of whom have competition laws, all of which are different. But by each one of those countries seeking to sort of align as best they can with international best practice, you do end up in a sort of aligned process across the region where you get some coherence in the direction that you're going if everyone is trying to move towards international best practice. So I think those are the 2 points that I would make in response to that.
Would Dean Juju or Attorney Noel, would you like to?
I think it's really a delicate balancing act to look at international best practices and to see which of those would be relevant and applicable to the local situation. It has a lot to do, I think, with the economic history of a nation or the development of a particular market. And that's why to me, it's crucial that the data should be there and that the data should be accurate so that the economic analysis can be accurate, fruitful, and directly applicable to this situation. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for that question, Dean. Yeah, so basically the question from the lens of my agency is localizing the local, right? So it's 2 layers deep. There has to be some separation of which issues a local government unit can address and which one is for national. Case in point, mergers and acquisitions. SEC or any appropriate tribunal should be the one overseeing those matters. And with regard to the LGU, clearly the participation of new market competitors, for all intents and purposes, are micro entrepreneurs. So recognizing that that is 80% of our constituency in growing market players, then our focus would be regulatory compliance. For example, food industry, making sure that our lechons in La Loma are butchered in a sanitary fashion. I mean, these are really meat and potatoes issues. But since this is the micro, small, entrepreneurial sector is our area of growth, pretty much our focus is on that. Yeah.
Thank you. I mean, if I may, I think this panel already represents a response to that question. Because as we know, the Philippine Competition Act itself drew from models that existed because there were regimes or jurisdictions that had competition or antitrust legislation way ahead of the Philippines' adoption of the PCA in 2015. And yet, with government agencies collaborating with support from government in terms of resources from the academe and now our local governments, we're seeing that adoption is being localized in a way that would be most appropriate for the national economy and for application to our local government units.
Thank you, Dean. Again, we're opening the floor to questions. Yes, we do have several. Let's start with sir with a brown vest. Right smack in the middle. Yes, sir. If we can just approach him. Your name, your organization, and please direct your question. Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm Sid Butuyan. I was a bit player in the early days of the PCC. So by way of perhaps a comment or reaction when Rachel was doing a stock taking of the historic achievements of the agency and Dean Juju was talking about the dearth or absence of Supreme Court decisions, I wanted to share an origin story about the PCC, which demonstrate the path-breaking work in legal innovation for the Commission. Something to be proud of after 10 years. I urge you to look at the Philippine Contractors Accreditation Board case, the PICAB case, which was issued in 2020. Remember that the PCC was set up in 2016-17, and it took, what, just 2 years to get a Supreme Court decision that protected the mandate of the PCC. And if you trace back to the history of that case, it's because the PCC took a rather innovative approach by intervening in an active case in the Supreme Court through an amicus brief, right? An amicus brief that sort of showcased the new law and the new mandate of the PCC, and winning a Supreme Court decision that protected the PCC in the long run. If you go through the history of litigation, it probably will take you 10 to 20 years to get something similar in the context of you start a case or you start enforcement, and then you get a Supreme Court decision. So I think that case shows that the PCC was very strategic at the setup stage in making sure that even before you flex the muscle in enforcing the mandate of the Commission, they were already protected by a Supreme Court decision. And it's because they identified a pathway to consolidate their mandate via that strategic move in that litigation. So something to talk about at the ICN perhaps in the next few weeks or so. Sorry, that wasn't a question, but
Thank you for that insight, sir. Something to think about indeed. Thank you very much, sir. We have time for one more question from the audience. If you feel your question is so brilliant, just stand up. Just stand up. Yes, the first taker. Gentleman from that corner, sir. Your name, your company, and your brilliant question. Go ahead.
Hi. Check. Hi, I'm Diego from the PCC. I just wanted to ask, how can we get industry players to begin accepting their needed participation in the monitoring of their industries? And I guess, which is the best policy direction to push them in this way? No. Again, I'm Diego from the PCC.
Thank you, Diego. I'd like to direct that question to Attorney Juju and then possibly to Attorney Noel.
Well, actually, a long time ago, when I was still in my undergraduate years, our paper was on the shipping industry of the Philippines. And I was lucky because my groupmate in making the paper was a member of one of the families owning a shipping company. And at that time, most of the industry groups had their own specific databases where they did study their respective industries. I don't know, although I would surmise that because you have industry groups like PCCI, for instance, that they would have started or they would have compiled necessary data themselves. But I think the best approach would be for a voluntary one rather than immediately using the heavier arm of government to compel them. Because if it is a voluntary act on the part of these companies, they would not be as reticent to provide data and information. Because if they realize that it is for the good of their own industry, then they would be more forthcoming with the information. Thank you.
Attorney Noel. Thank you, Attorney Juju.
Thank you for that question, Diego. On the part of the LGU, we have a positive engagement with the respective chambers of commerce. As Dean Lutilio mentioned, PCCI, that's one of the chambers that we engage with. Minimum quarterly, may check-in yan with the local chief executive to compare notes on how things are going. Likewise, the business sector associations. The local government code has a provision of engaging civil society organizations. So we have a way of accrediting which are the active CSOs, and then nakabukod na dyan, we separate the CSOs that are concerned with business competition. And yeah, we actively get feedback from them and have discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Noel. I'd like to invite Rachel in case she'd like to add anything.
Yeah, from obviously a very different perspective, just to comment on this and something else that was said earlier, the ACCC has not necessarily got access to all of the data that you might think we have access to. We are a quasi-government body, so we're an independent government body, so we don't necessarily have access to all of the government data that is available. We are still working very hard in Australia to put in place mechanisms to enable us to get access to the data that is useful to us. We have actually just signed a memorandum of understanding with one of the New South Wales agencies that can share some procurement style data with us. So I think just a reflection that even in countries where you might think this is all working very smoothly, it isn't, and there's still a lot of work to be done from the Australian point of view as well.
Thank you to our panelists.
Dean Gwen, I think we have time for two more questions from our audience. Please raise your hand. Yes, the gentleman in a brown jacket. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm Jose. We actually participated in that dialogue with QC, so my question is directed to you, sir. The question is, has there been an instance where the local government has revoked any of the permits for findings of violations of unfair trade laws, anti-competitive practices, and how different would that look like from what a typical case of anti-competitive practice you would see, or different would that be with the PCC? So if there has been an instance.
Thank you for that question, Jose. Yeah, so as I mentioned earlier, the concerns of an LGU are more meat and potatoes issues compared to the medyo more esoteric, high-level concepts. And anti-competition violations, yeah, so my examples to you would be illegal lechoneros, right? People who never sought an application for a business permit. They're selling their lechons of questionable provenance in places that you shouldn't even be preparing food. So it's similar to issues like that. How do we find out who they are? Complaints from their customers, finding out that the food was not prepared in a hygienic fashion. So yeah, so mostly it's failure to participate or register yourself in the regulatory regime. That's really the most part that when we encounter anti-competition behavior. Yeah, I hope that addresses it. Likewise for intellectual property concerns. The minute the complaint is it's not what it is, right? Somebody is selling an iPhone on Facebook Marketplace and it just so happens the buyer's in Quezon City. So yeah, we also get looped into those issues when all they receive is a rock for paying 500 pesos for an iPhone. Yeah, so there.
All right, and time for one final question. One final question from the audience member. Do we have a taker? We do, yes. The lady from the back. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Claudia from Romulo Law. I just wanted to ask Rachel, I know you said that Australia has recently moved from a voluntary regime to a mandatory regime. Are you already seeing some of the effects of that change? I guess not just in terms of enforcement, but also in deal structuring. Like, are you seeing fewer M&As or smaller M&As as a result?
I think sadly it's too early to tell. So we did have the regime, we had a soft start. So from 1 July last year, companies could volunteer to be part of the mandatory regime. So we did see a number of mergers come through. We were nervous about what was being held back for particularly, to come in with the mandatory regime and the associated timeframes. But so far it has been fairly smooth sailing with the mergers that have been notified. We're meeting the timeline that has been set. So I think the answer is I'm not sure yet. So we're only a month in, so it'll be an interesting one to watch.
All right, thank you very much. That wraps up our Q&A. I think, Dean Gwen, we're ready for your synthesis.
Thank you very much. Thank you to our panelists and our participants who have offered their questions. Dean Juju offered us a useful perspective to appreciate the evolution of antitrust legislation from the revised penal code to the Philippine Competition Act, and from criminal prosecution to the broader enforcement menu under the PCA. Rachel shared a comparative perspective highlighting the continued relevance of advocacy and international cooperation, highlighting recent shifts in regime designs, combining competition and consumer protection mandates, the changing framework on merger from voluntary to mandatory, the passage of related or supporting sector-specific legislation. And Attorney Noel's presentation demonstrates that a whole-of-government approach and the recognition of the enormous role of local governments are critical ingredients for the benefits of competition law and policy to be felt by every Filipino. I'd like to highlight what one of our former Commissioner Sid Butuya had mentioned regarding the role of PCC. PCC indeed has been innovative and creative, from the filing of its amicus brief in PCAV versus Manila Water to its engagement with the academe and its continued advocacy with stakeholders. I'm reminded of the 4 takeaways this morning from the keynote of Dr. Durand: the necessity of deepening institutionalization, looking at advocating contestability, modernizing our technical tools, which PCC has, of course, explored with BURST, and favoring economic rigor over simplicity, and not to be constrained by rigid path dependency. And I think PCC has consistently demonstrated that. I hope the participants found the panel discussion compelling as we look at strengthening administrative and regulatory frameworks affecting competition, and shaping the design of our institutional framework for competition law and its enforcement in our country within the context of our business landscape, dominated by large players despite the greater majority of registered businesses being MSMEs, rapid digitization, and developments in data privacy and artificial intelligence. And on that note, on behalf of the panel members, I wish everyone a good afternoon and a fruitful rest of the Manila Forum on Developing Countries. Thank you very much.
A round of applause, please, for Dean Gwen and her panel. This afternoon, we request everyone to please stay on stage. We are now going to proceed with the awarding of certificates and tokens of appreciation. May I call on stage PCC Commissioner Ferdinand Negre to award the certificates. So we begin with Dean Gwen Grecia de Vera, our panel moderator. Next is Miss Rachel Burgess. And next, over now to Attorney Jose Perpetuo Lotilia. And finally, to Attorney Noel Emmanuel Gascon. Thank you, sir. All right, requesting all of our panelists to please stay in front for one class photo. In front of the seats, please. All right. Another round of applause, please, for our moderator and panelists. Thanks you once again for that rich and insightful discussion. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will now take our coffee break. We will see you back here in 20 minutes. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we'd like to invite everyone to please come back to the ballroom. Settle down, take your seats. We are about to start our program again for the final leg of today's program. Once again, we'd like to invite all of our participants. Please rejoin us in the ballroom for the final leg of our program. We're now about to move on to panel session 3, tackling new frontiers in antitrust, revisiting the role of economics. Feel free to bring your snacks inside the ballroom. You can enjoy them while listening to the exciting presentations up ahead. And don't worry if you haven't done enough networking yet. We've got more time later to network with some of our friends from the industry. But for now, it's time to restart our program. All right. Do we have more friends outside? If we can just help call them in. Everyone, we'd like to invite everyone to please come back to the ballroom. We're about to restart our program. We're now in the final stretch of today's presentation. The third panel session is all about new frontiers in antitrust, revisiting the role of economics. Once again, we'd like to invite everyone to please come back to the ballroom. Our program will begin shortly. Again, we're calling on all of our friends to please come back to the ballroom. Our panelists are already ready, waiting in the wings, ready to share their insights, their unique perspectives. Don't worry, please feel free to bring your snacks inside. Networking, we've got more time for that later on. All right, we're waiting for a few more. We've got some tables still looking quite empty. We want to make sure you don't miss the exciting conversation up ahead. We're going to be talking about new frontiers in antitrust, revisiting the role of economics, the final stretch of today's program. All right, welcome back everybody. How's everybody feeling? Hi. Are you guys still awake? Let's see, can you look to the person to your left and say, hi, you're looking good still? Now face the person to your right and say, I know. All right, they're still up and awake. All right, everybody, let's now call the forum back to order. Officially, we proceed to panel session number 3, New Frontiers in Antitrust, revisiting the role of economics. The field of industrial organization and its application in antitrust enforcement has evolved significantly over time. While traditional economic approaches have been effective in assessing price effects and short-term consumer welfare, the emergence of digital markets has exposed their limitations. Platform-based ecosystems, Data-driven business models and multi-sided markets require more dynamic and analytical frameworks that can account for network effects, algorithmic pricing, and innovation-driven competition. Our next panel will examine how economic thinking in antitrust has evolved and how it must continue to innovate to remain relevant and effective in the digital era, particularly for developing economies. To moderate this session, we are pleased to welcome Dr. Carlos Vega, Director of the Economics Office of the Philippine Competition Commission. He holds a PhD in economics from the University of East Anglia and is a senior lecturer at the University of the Philippines School of Economics with research interests in industrial organization, auctions, causal inference, and artificial intelligence. And joining us for this panel, his panelists, Mr. Kong Wen Long, Director for Business and Economics, Competition and Consumer Commission of Singapore. He has been with the Commission since 2011 and oversees competition matters involving agreements, mergers, and abuse of dominance. Mr. Kong also leads work on economic and behavioral analysis, supporting competition enforcement and consumer protection, and he has advised other government agencies on competition and market access issues, including in the telecommunications sector. Our next panelist is Mr. Weston Lee, founder and CEO and Chief Technology Officer of DashLabs.ai, a software company backed by Y Combinator and the Asian Development Bank Ventures that provides digital solutions for medical facilities. He holds a Bachelor of Science degree in Industrial Engineering from the University of the Philippines, Diliman, and has professional experience working in North America and China. And last but not the least, our final panelist is Mr. Manayos Vardana Buti, Deputy Secretary General of the Trade Competition Commission of Thailand. He holds a bachelor's and a master's degree in economics from Thammasat University, as well as a master's degree in finance and investment from the University of Exeter. Mr. Vardana Buti brings extensive public sector experience, having served in policy and regulatory roles at the National Economic and Social Development Board, the Agriculture Futures Exchange of Thailand, and the Office of the Energy Regulatory Commission before assuming his current role at the Trade Competition Commission of Thailand. At this point, may I now turn the floor over to Dr. Vega.
Hello everyone. Good afternoon. I hope we've all had a good coffee break and welcome back. Thank you for staying for the last session of the day. First of all, you might have noticed that we are not joined today by Dean Joya Brenica. We hope to have the pleasure of hosting her in one of our future events. So let's jump right to it. For the next session, we will be revisiting the role of economics, quickly looking at the evolution of economic thinking in antitrust, and then we would hear from our speakers about the challenges faced and possible opportunities to innovate in addressing the growing complexities of the digital era. But before we begin, let me give you a sketch of our session. I'll first give a brief overview at the beginning, which includes a whistle-stop tour of the evolution of economics in antitrust, and end with introducing our speakers and a bit of their talks. I will then ask our speakers to proceed with their presentations, after which we would have our Q&A session. So let's begin. Just as an overview, within economics, we want to narrow our focus on industrial organization, which is concerned with the workings of markets in the particular way that firms compete. While microeconomics typically puts focus on the extreme cases of monopoly and perfect competition, IO works in the world in between, where intermediate cases mean that more than one firm exists, but not as many as the competitive case. Now, economic thinking in antitrust has evolved from a structuralist focus on bigness as inherently harmful to a more nuanced, efficiency-driven analysis. And now toward a more modern post-Chicago approach that incorporates behaviorism and tackles the digital economy. This evolution has moved from a presumption that large market share is anti-competitive to a rigorous consumer welfare-focused analysis that often allows for or even encourages efficiencies and innovation. Excuse me. An overview of this evolution would start from the early 20th century, where bigness is bad, when early economists assumed that high market concentration inherently led to collusion and monopolistic anti-competitive behavior. In the mid-20th century, we see the rise of the structure, conduct, and performance paradigm, which dominated most of the 40s up to the 70s. Here, the general thinking is that high concentration is linked directly to collusive behavior and poor performance of markets. From the 70s, the field then saw the Harvard approach challenged by the Chicago School by arguing that large firms often achieve their position through efficiency and innovation, and not necessarily anti-competitive practices. With this, we saw a sort of shift away from protecting competitors to that which maximizes consumer welfare, defined by dimensions not just of price, but of quality and efficiency. In the post-Chicago era, around the 90s up to the present, we find that efficiency focus of Chicago is still generally accepted, but there was more use of advanced game theoretic and economic modeling to show that under certain circumstances, dominant firms can and do engage in anti-competitive behavior. During this time, approaches have relied on data-driven, case-specific analyses, such as merger simulations, rather than structural presumptions. Now, this brings us to the present time, where we find a general acknowledgement that consumers and firms do not always act with perfect rationality. And more pertinent to our discussion, that our jobs as antitrust agencies now involve analyzing the complex economics of digital markets. How then should economics or economics units housed in competition agencies address these issues? So we start with Director Kong, who will talk about the role of IO in antitrust and discuss an overview of competition assessment, then provide one of their actual applications in digital markets. After that, we go to Mr. Lee, who will share with us the perspective of a startup in the digital space and his insights on competition policy and key dimensions or strategies that agencies need to pay attention to. And last but not the least, we will hear from Mr. Manayos, who will give us his perspective and sharings from Thailand. So with that, let's now hear from Director Kong Weng Lo.
Thank you, Carlos. A very good afternoon to everyone, and very happy to be invited to the Manila Forum again. So I'd like to thank PCC for their great hospitality, and also congratulations on the 10th year of PCC. So to go straight into my presentation, the next slide. Yeah, just a brief introduction. I mean, CCS has both a consumer and competition mandate. And just last year, we expanded our consumer mandate to also include product safety and weights and measures. All right, the next one. So just a quick overview of what I'm going to talk about today. Generally, I think Carlos already did a great introduction of what I will be talking about, how we apply IO in competition assessment. Of course, some differences to the digital markets, and then some example that we have. So that's the structure of my presentation today. And so I go straight into it. The role of IO in a competition that we deal with. I think generally speaking, we understand what IO is. It really tells us about how firms behave and in what kind of markets, how competition takes place. So it really what it does is provide a framework for us to do our competition assessment. Because at the end of the day, what we want to find out with competition assessment is whether a particular conduct, practice is going to affect welfare, right? So that's the ultimate goal. And IO provides a framework for us to reach that kind of goal. And so far, I think we've, at least at CCS, we find that The ideas of industry organization in terms of what we think about competition and how we think about it is still applicable to digital markets. They're not totally irrelevant. In terms of the concepts, it's still relevant. It's just that it's vital to have some adaptation to the framework, maybe different focuses in the framework to make sure that we are covering digital markets correctly, right? Okay, so maybe I go into a bit of how we do it step by step. So in a usual way, the general concept is we do a competition assessment by looking at whether a conduct, a change, a certain feature of the market has a particular theory of harm, right? Hypothetically, could it even harm competition, right? Then we go on to things like the market definition to give us a focus, the market structure that arise on the market definition, and then ultimately, do we find any competition harm, ultimately, which then loops back to the theory of harm that we have at the beginning, right? So for the theory of harm, it's really a guide for our inquiry to start with, right? We need to start somewhere. So it starts off with a guide of what we think could potentially be a harm to competition, right? So we need that guide, and it doesn't have to be fixed in stone. We can change it along the way as evidence comes up, as we get more information, right? But I think more importantly, it's in this theory of harm, we need to understand what it means by which competition could be affected, right? Or even efficiencies are present. How is efficiency present? Could be potentially present, so that we understand it, or we have some sense of what we're looking for before we embark on the inquiry, right? And then we go to the next step, right, which is to look at a market definition. And market definition, essentially, it sort of sets the focus for assessment, right? And actually, we do not necessarily need to define a market very strictly in every single case, right? But I think it's a useful tool for us to think about exactly what the parameters of the industry that we are looking at, that we are actually interested in. Where is the competition taking place? How is it taking place? So we know the space where it's taking place, then we have a better sort of a landscape for us to actually assess how competition can be affected, right? And then through that, we can then go on to the market structure, right? So using the market definition, we have a market structure, and I think Carlos mentioned there's an idea that large market shares is not necessarily a determinant of the anti-competitive conduct or any competitive effects. And that is true. I think in general, market shares do play a role, right? Especially stable market shares over time. It's somewhat of an indication of some market power. Ultimately, the ultimate question you want to ask is there market power, right? And market shares is merely a one factor or one proxy to look at to see whether there is market power, right? And so from the market power, then we can decide if there's a higher chance of an anti-competitive effect arising from any particular conduct or change, right? And so let me go to the next slide. Okay, then we come to finally what we want to understand by competition impact. From our previous analysis, we then come to ultimately the question, does it impact welfare, right? And sometimes generally we can't measure welfare directly. So then we have all these different factors that we looked at to understand impact. So it could be price, quantity, quality, digital markets innovation is very important, right? And so even in the traditional sense of I/O, we do look at innovation. So it's not just unique to digital markets. So we look at all this, and ultimately the question is asked, is there a harm to welfare, economic welfare or consumer welfare, depending on what you are using. But at the end of the day, that's what we want to do. And then, of course, that it's a sort of a feedback to what we have for the theory of harm. So that's how we usually do it. And it applies whether it's a digital market or a non-digital market. We have applied this concept over different cases. And as a conceptual model, I think it's still valid. It's definitely still useful for us to understand all this, and so that we can apply the right analysis to a particular case. The only thing is, in digital markets, maybe there are some features, right, that are kind of different from a lot of static markets. Then therefore, we may have to focus differently when we do this analysis. Right. So when we go to the application to digital platforms, let me go to the next. Okay. These are just thresholds that we derive from market shares for more static markets, which from traditionally how we analyze things, we have indicative thresholds which are more like rule of thumb. And for digital markets, maybe these thresholds are not as intuitive, and especially when they are dynamic markets. But at the end of the day, these are just rules of thumb that we tend to have. And no matter what, we still need to look at the overall factors to drill down into and see what's important in a particular case. Right? So let me go straight to the digital applications. So for digital platforms, especially platforms itself, which tend to be most of what we are interested in nowadays. I think the earlier panel already talked about some of the features of digital platforms, which are not necessarily unique to digital platforms. They can apply in other industries as well, but I think for digital platforms, it seems to be more prevalent. And I think we understand that this comes up as important factors when we deal with digital platforms, right? One important key factor is dynamic markets, and it's also one of the defense that digital platforms like to bring up when we look at such cases, because the market changes very fast. Your assessment of the current state or the previous state may not be really reflective of what's going forward into the future, right? And so, and in a sense, that it can be true for dynamic market. So we do have to do a bit more, fortune telling. So we have to do a little more ball gazing to see what's the future like, because it's not so certain that what happens historically it's going to carry forward into the future. But then for that, we actually need to collect data. We need to do perhaps more in-depth work into analyzing what are possible outcomes that can be through using different models, right? So dynamic markets is a very important consideration in digital platforms. I think already mentioned, usually there's concentrated markets. There are high barriers to entry because of things like network effect. Data is another very important factor that may not have been as important in other markets in the past. And with the advent of AI, which requires a huge amount of data to train, we do see that data has become more and more of an important resource to ensure competitiveness, right, in digital markets. And one thing we did notice is digital platforms, they tend to start in, say, one market or one product, and then they may leverage the user base or their market power into other products and services. So this is one area that we do watch out for when we look at digital platforms, because they do want to expand, and they look out for opportunities in other markets. And over time, of course, I talked about market definition earlier. Over time, the boundaries between markets actually blur, especially once you have multiple products and services in one single offering. Then it starts to blur exactly what is the market that we are talking about. And so that's something that we need to look at closely with digital platforms. So we need to adjust that framework that we use to analyze how competition effects can come out from digital platform, right? So just some of these factors, a little bit more details. Network effect, right? Greater barriers to expansion. Platforms, definitely, network effect is one of the big issues. And I think market tipping was mentioned earlier. Market tipping, so that is something we need to it can happen very fast, right? Unlike maybe some of the traditional more static markets, a sudden, particularly overnight, market can go from competitive to basically being non-competitive with a dominant player. So market tipping can happen very fast. And so that's something that we need to consider. when we evaluate a certain case. And of course, there are a lot of important factors besides market shares nowadays. As I mentioned earlier as well, innovation, I think killer acquisitions was mentioned, one of them, where market shares are not really a determining factor. So a lot of other factors we need to consider when we looked at whether there's a problem with market power going forward. Market shares may not be such a good indicator, right? And then when it comes to market differentiation itself, there are complications when it comes to digital platforms, right? As I mentioned, sometimes markets start to blur when they offer multiple products. And platform itself, they have multiple sites, right? 2 or more sites. And so there's also a question of, do we just define markets on a single side of the platform? Do we define it on multiple sites individually? Do we define a platform as just one single market with all the sites included, right? So these are all new technical, I would say, evaluations that need to be made that may not apply to more traditional setting markets, which are not so based on network effects, right? And lastly, just an example, it's measures of revenues and profits tend not to be so informative, right? And so a platform, in terms of the revenue it makes or the profits it makes, especially if it's still expanding and going for the tipping, it's not such a great indicator of whether there's likely to be any competitive outcomes at the end of the day, or whether efficiencies are generated actually. So these kind of measures may not be so useful now. When we look at digital platforms, we may have to look at a lot of other types of factors to consider whether there is going to be market power, right? So such factors now, there's the change in the way some of the factors we need to look at, some of the information we need to gather. So that's some of the changes that affect how we actually analyze digital platforms, right? So going into examples of some of the work we did in digital platforms. I'll just talk briefly about 2 cases that were 2 merger cases related to Grab. And Grab is, of course, very common in Southeast Asia. In 2018, there was the Grab-Uber merger, where Uber exited the market. So for that case, and we did we found that Grab was dominant in the market, and we did look at market shares, right? So market shares was still looked at, and it did have the largest market share. So that was one factor, but that would not be enough to determine whether Grab was actually of dominance, whether there's going to be issues, whether the market power is going to be very entrenched. We have to look a lot more into the network effects, right? And network effects, then we found that it was of an issue. That certainly because of the network effects, both the users and the drivers, there's a positive reinforcement, and it'll be quite difficult for new entrants to expand in the market with the network effects, right? So there were issues with that merger, and subsequently it actually informed our competition concerns, right? And so subsequently what we did for that was we wanted to make sure that the market remained as open as possible to basically minimize the entry barriers as much as possible. So we enforce things like preventing them from having exclusive deals, so they do not tie up drivers, for example, so that drivers are still free to multi-home to other platforms, all right? Because it took place, as I said, very suddenly, then we have to sort of short-term measures to make sure the way they determine prices were sort of kept constant for a while, so that new entrants can still come in, and there will be further growth before then the prices can be more flexible, right? So that was 2018, right? Then they applied to have another merger in 2024, And again, it was Grab buying another company, but this time around, it was no longer a horizontal merger, right? And so that's where, you know, we see a lot of digital platforms that expand into different markets, right? New markets. So it's no longer a horizontal merger. And traditionally, you would think, usually, if it's non-horizontal mergers, the chance of concerns arising actually should be quite low. But for digital platforms, we do need to look at it very carefully because there's potential that, I mean, these are related markets, so there's potential that there's a feedback and they actually entrench market power due to the way they interact, the markets, right? So when Grab wanted to buy, in 2024, they wanted to buy a taxi company called Transcab, right? And Transcab was an independent taxi company. It had, it was the largest taxi company that didn't have any specific ties to any platforms, right? So that was important. It didn't have any ties to any platforms. So essentially, it was like it had availability of taxi drivers who were multi-homing, right? They could choose where they want to go. They were free to multi-home. So if Grab had bought the Transcab, what we found was that it was likely that there would have been a certain stickiness of the Transcab drivers to Grab platform, right? The platform itself. And this doesn't have to arise from any particular conduct of Grab. It doesn't have to be because they make the drivers exclusive. It doesn't have to be because they force them to only drive with Grab or something, right? Just simply due to the fact that the network effects, that there's a tendency, and this is where behavioral comes in as well, right? There's a tendency for taxi drivers to behave in a way that once they have links to a certain platform, and we saw this with other platforms, relationships, once they have a relationship to a platform, they tend to drive more often with that platform. So even though theoretically they can multi-home, they start to tend to do less of that and do more single homing, right? So given that behavior, then we have an issue that with Grab buys Transcab with the linkage, then these Transcab drivers are no longer going to be as multi-home as much as they used to, and then the other platforms would suffer a loss of available drivers, and then the network effect and the vicious cycle, then you're going to have less users, which of course encourage less drivers, and then the other platforms will decline. So that was what we found to be likely to the case. So we had a provisional decision to block the merger. Eventually they withdrew the merger, so it didn't reach the conclusion. But that was what we found when we look at the case. So for digital markets, I think safe to say that we apply the same framework in general. The concepts are similar, but there's a lot more complexity, a lot different focus that what we used to. It's not as straightforward as some of the other types of static markets that we look at. So I think that's where we find ourselves now with the advent of digital market. Of course, and they keep evolving, so I think new areas will come up, and we have to keep adapting to make sure we are up to date on how to look at these cases. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Kong, for giving us an overview of I/O and a sharing of the experience of CCS. We see that competition agencies, in light of these digital markets, need to be flexible and adaptive to the growing needs of running an assessment of these complex markets. So now let's hear from the Chief Technology Officer of Dash Labs Analytics. The floor is yours, Mr. Lee.
Hello? Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I am Weston, and we are in the Weston. So I hope you guys love my hotel. I hope the facilities are great. So I'm Weston from Dash Labs. We are a small startup based out of the Philippines, and we operate in Indonesia. We're expanding into Malaysia and our other ASEAN siblings. Here's a brief description of Dash Labs. We are a software that helps healthcare organizations in the Philippines. We primarily process patient back office work. So for example, if you have a blood test machine, we connect to that blood test machine. So in short, we are the ones telling you if you have to cut down on your cholesterol and uric acid. Our primary users would be diagnostic labs, but we also work with hospitals, fertility clinics, physiotherapy clinics, beauty centers, and corporate clinics. We started in 2020 during the pandemic. That was when COVID was a big thing. And so back then I was unemployed and I volunteered, and one thing led to another, and now we're here. We've processed more than 20 million patients to date and processed around 3 billion pesos through our software. So as you can see, for us, this is big, but maybe in the greater scheme of things, we're still quite small. And coming from the private sector, I admire what the PCC is doing. I think you guys are doing great work making sure that incumbents make the space easier for us to come in. And I say this because we're a small company. Maybe in a few years I might feel differently, but hopefully, here's some pictures from our past. Oh. So during the pandemic, a lot of COVID laboratories opened up, and they're able to process like tens of thousands of patients per day, but then they did not have the software infrastructure to handle all these loads. As you can see in the picture to the left, that was the Red Cross. We worked with them for a bit. They were measuring paper by the kilo. And so every time someone flew in NAIA, our airport, we had to get the Philippine Coast Guard to get the patient registration, consolidate those documents, bring it back to the laboratory, and then when the medtechs were done with the tests, they had to manually consolidate the test result with paper documents. So this led to like 2 weeks plus of waiting time, and that clogged up our airports. With our system, we deployed in all airports, and this is in Clark International Airport. We ran a paperless system, and so this brought down processing time from 2 weeks to 2 days. 24 hours. And so we're able to open up more airports. NAIA 3 opened up earlier because of us, and we're able to help people come home. So that's a quick background of Dash Labs. Now, I'm gonna say this as a small business owner. I'm only able to build this business because back then I was young. I didn't really have any financial obligations. And it helped that a lot more men were handsome in the dating market. That meant that I don't have kids to really feed, So it really helped my career grow. Here I want to talk about the anti-competitive startup techniques that you will see in the tech sector. So this is the paradox. When you're very small as a company, you're gonna take in every single tactic that would make your brand stand out. And these things could be innovative / anti-competitive. But once you get to a certain size, the network that you build, the customer base that you have, will make it very hard for other competition to come in. And in the different, ways that you can become anti-competitive, by year 3, 70% of all startups would have done at least one of these things. So I'm gonna go over them. In short, these are what our competitors do, and I would love you guys to regulate them for our sake. Okay, the first technique that tech companies do to make it hard for you to compete would be to restrict access to data and lock down your APIs. APIs are digital ways for you to download your data. So, for example, let's say with Dash Labs, I run a healthcare company. I hold a lot of patient information. Right now, if you want to download data from Dash Labs, you have to go to our web app and click next on every table. So you have that giant table, you can see patient data. That's a very hard way to download your data. What an API does is, it allows a software to communicate to another computer to pull information out and say, hey, I want to download patients from January 1 to December 31 and give it to me in a CSV file. That is possible. So we build APIs so our customers can pull patient data out and transfer it to other systems. However, other startup companies don't do this because what they want to happen is when you sign up with them, all your data becomes stuck there, and then you cannot shift out to a different player. We see this in trading companies and companies that have a lot of business operations. For example, if you use SAP, your data will be stuck there. And so when you as a business owner want to change your software, not only do you have to consider the cost of a new software, you also have to think about the cost of migration and retraining. And what software companies do is they say, if you want to download your data, I can build APIs out for you, but you have to pay me. And that makes it hard for people to switch between systems. For example, recently when Elon Musk took over Twitter, he started charging to have access to APIs. That meant you can't just download your data, you can't just switch over to a different platform. So even if people are not happy with Twitter, you see Truth Social come out, you see Threads come out, Twitter is still very, very strong because they hold all that data there, and you can't just transfer it out to a different system. The same thing can be said with LinkedIn. You can't download your data. And so they're really going to be the dominant social media for work. Other tech companies do this at a much smaller scale. Our competitors also do this, which make it hard for us to work with them. So that's technique number one, not making your data easily accessible via APIs. Technique number two would be predatory network effects. And these things happen when you have really rich backers in your company. So you guys are familiar. Grab and Uber had a price war. Because of their big war chest, they're able to subsidize their fees and make it really cheap for people to use their services. So let's say I were to compete in the transportation market. If I am not rich, I will be dead because I don't have that money. Or another way for you to do this is as a tech company, you build one business function and then you take on another thing and then you take on another thing to the point that the entire business will be heavily dependent on you. We've seen this with SAP. Almost every business function uses them. And so if you want to switch out, good luck. Now, what makes it hard here? Again, if you're very small, you cannot switch out. If you're very small, you cannot compete against a bigger player. Just at the negotiation level, you're already a loser. If you're also trying to beat a new incumbent system and you only have a handful of features that are very, very small, there's no way you can outcompete the incumbents already. Technique number three, this is called strategic feature gating. Feature gating means you put special features behind a specific paywall. Now this sounds, oh, thank you. There. This will sound a bit not intuitive because wait a minute, if I'm putting special features behind a paywall, isn't that making it easier for someone else to compete? No. I'll take, for example, Slack. Slack is a chat app used by a lot of tech companies. They will limit how many messages you can send on their platform. When you hit that level, they will ask you to pay. But the moment you pay, you will have access to all these other features. And so from the decision maker, from their perspective, if I pay X pesos, I will get all these features. In reality, all that business cares about is having that one feature behind that paywall. But when I pay for it, the startup or the tech company will unload a lot of other features to you. What does this mean at the decision maker level? If I am comparing two proposals, company number one, which gives me what I want, just what I want, or company number two, which gives me what I want, plus all these other features, it'll be very, very hard for someone to say, oh, this new entrant will be a better option for me. What will happen is, you stay in that company that has all these other features that you don't really need. One strong example here that's not in the slide would be Microsoft. And what Microsoft does is they have a wide range of services that they sell to corporations. You have Microsoft Office, you have Microsoft Teams. These features are not built to the level that Google has. But what happens is when you send a proposal to a CEO, all they see is all these features are behind this paywall. And if I pay for chat only, I get Office, I get Teams, I get all these other features. You really cannot compete against Microsoft. So if you're a small company and you want to provide one small service, and you charge, let's say, X amount, but your competition also charges the same amount of money, you're not going to win because that feature comes with every other feature that you just don't have the capacity to build. And so we think this is not very competitive, sorry, that doesn't really encourage competition. So I'm going to talk about when should the government encourage startup growth. So this is based out of my own journey. We say when the startup is small, you're going to go through innovation phase, growth phase, and investment phase. At this point, when the company is small and you're experimenting, you're iterating, and you're solving real problems, don't regulate these startups as much as you can. Give them the freedom to try to build their business. And then these startups will hit a turning point and will slowly scale. The market remains contestable because they're not dominant yet and new entrants can come in. But let them grow and encourage them to find their footing until they're stable. And during that time, they would have more reasons to encourage, to do R&D, to contribute to the economy, to build jobs. And this is when the startup has a true capacity to innovate. But then, we understand that as startups grow and they may become the dominant player, that's when you guys come in. So when should the government start regulating? We think when you're able to measure out that they have more than 30% market share, or they are the only option in that space, we think that's when government should come in and say, hey, build APIs. Hey, make your pricing system more simple. Hey, try not to leverage your network to prevent other people from coming in. That's when we think it becomes most sensible. Or another way to look at it is even if the startup is small, but because they're the only player and they run an effective monopoly, if they can raise prices without people complaining, then I think you should consider and come in to control that. But also lastly, if a startup hits a certain size and they're able to do predatory pricing or put out exclusive contracts or they restrict data, then I think the government should intervene. So these are the 3 stages we think of how you guys should regulate startups. I might be wrong, we're not an economist, but this is what we think from the tech perspective. So stage 1, just have a light touch. Focus on competition advocacies, make things transparent when you can, and just monitor the market. So in the healthcare sector, look at different players in that market, and just make sure you have people coming in, they're able to survive. If they die, it's not because of anti-competitive behavior, but because they're not good as a company. When they're hitting a certain size, you start targeting rules. So you can say, as a company, when you hit this level, we will require you to have the following requirements. You should have clear pricing, you should have APIs. It's not a huge burden to the company to build out, but you make it easier for new entrants to come in, you make it easier for people to switch out. And so at this stage, startups will only stay alive, not because they're dominant, but because their features are good and because their services are really good that people would not want to switch out from them. But at stage 3, when they are dominant players like Grab and Uber, that's, I think, when what everyone else has been talking about, you have merger reviews, you try to investigate them, put more locks, and just make sure they play fairly. So key takeaways, 5 things. We think anti-competitive practices often masquerade as innovation. But that's fair, because that's how things grow in the business world. Number 2, we think data restrictions, network effects, and feature gating are common tactics that startups play, so try to watch out for them. Number 3, support early stage growth that benefits customers and markets. Number 4, start regulating them when their dominance threatens competition and consumer choice. But lastly, balance is key. Foster innovation while trying to protect competitive markets. I hope we're able to share our message, and if you have any questions, we can ask it later. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lee, for sharing Dash Lab's rich experience as a startup. And it clearly shows that Dash Lab's experience, we get benefits from innovation. But there are strategies that may make it hard for new entrants to compete. And more importantly, timing of regulation in the path of a startup is very key, and that regulators must take notice. Okay, so now let's hear from Deputy Secretary General Manayos from the TCCT. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, PCC, for inviting me to this forum. From the perspective of the Thailand Trade Competition Commission, digitalization is not only changing markets, it's fundamentally challenging how competition authorities analyze harm, power, and market dynamics, especially in developing economies. Let me share our experience. First, let me start with the industrial organization, which has long been the backbone of the antitrust enforcement. The IO helped move competition policy away from rigid legal rules toward economic reasoning. Instead of asking only whether a rule was broken, we began asking how markets actually function, how structure influence conduct, and how conduct affect outcomes. In traditional industry, this approach works well. Supply chains are linear, prices are observable, market shares and concentration ratio give us a useful signal of the market power. But in the digital market, challenge many of these assumptions. Platforms do not operate as simple supply chains as you see in the slide. They operate as an ecosystem where users, advertisers, developers, and data interact at the same time. In this market, power often doesn't show up in price. It accumulates through data control, network effect, switching costs, and technology factors that build up gradually and are difficult to observe with traditional tools. So this leads to what I see as a core enforcement gap today. The traditional antitrust analysis treat markets as a snapshot, as we can pause the market, take a picture, and assess competition at that moment in time. But digital market didn't work that way. They are moving processes. Data has become engine of competition. Platform benefit from feedback loops. More users generate more data. Better data improve services. Better services attract more users. This dynamic unfold over time like a snowball effect, often without any immediate price effects. So the network effects can cause markets to tip. Once the platform reach the critical scale, entry become extremely difficult, as we say, even for innovative rival. But by the time static indicator reveal dominance, the competitive game may already be over. For the regulator like us, this creates a real dilemma. If we intervene too late, market already locked in. And if we rely too heavy on static metrics and intervene too early, we risk undermining investment and innovation. This is a real challenge for the competition agency to enforce from snapshot into motion, from analyzing where markets are today to understanding where they are heading. So let me now turn to the challenge that competent authority in developing economies face, including TCCT. These challenges are structural and deeply interconnected. First, the data paradox. The digital platform control vast amount of real-time, high-quality data, while regulators often have access to partial and delayed information. This creates fundamental problem of asymmetric information between platform and regulators. The platform operates with deeply visibility into user behavior, algorithm, and transaction flow. But the regulator, by contrast, must rely on complaints, periodic reports, or ex-post data requests. This asymmetry make it difficult to detect harmful conduct early, particularly in fast-moving digital markets. The second challenge is a resource gap. The effective digital enforcement requires a specialized skill in data science, machine learning, software system, and digital business model. These skills are scarce everywhere, but the challenge is amplified for the public regulator, but TCCT also. The public sector institution competition authorities face strict budget constraints. The salary structure in the public sector cannot compete with those offered in private firms, especially the large technology companies. These limit ability to recruit, to retain high-skilled staff, making capacity building to gradually and continuous process rather than rapid transformation in digital market. The third is a law built for fiscal economy. The most competition laws were designed for markets where harm was visible and territorial, such as higher prices or physical entry barriers. The digital harm often takes different forms, including self-preferencing algorithms, data foreclosure, or the slow erosion of innovation. In many legal frameworks are not explicitly based on an effect doctrine that can easily address cross-border digital conduct. This creates difficulty with the anti-competitive effect felt domestically but originate outside the jurisdiction. The last is the global platform and the local mandate. The platform operates globally, while the competition authority enforce law within the national borders. This mismatch could create enforcement gaps that no single authority can resolve alone. That's why we are here, right? And we have an ICN network. We have networking for the ASEAN member and the competition authorities. The international cooperation is therefore essential. Without coordination, information sharing, and allied enforcement approach, a platform may exploit regulatory difference across jurisdiction. For the developing economies, the cooperative is not optional, but it is necessarily condition for effective enforcement. And next one, how TCCT is responding. Let me now turn to the responding of the TCCT. Our approach is not about adopting the most sophisticated tool overnight. It is about building capacity step by step. We focus on more advocacy than the enforcement in a way that it fits the reality of developing economy. The first, we're building regulatory bridge through the data collaboration. Instead of creating new data silo in our office, we focus on connecting with already existing organizations. We work closely with agencies such as the Electronic Transaction Development Agency, Office of Small Medium Enterprise, and the Office of the Consumer Protection Agency. And also the sector regulators such as energy and telecom. So we can know the problem from there, from the agency, especially from the consumer complaints, which are often the first place where the problems in digital market appear. When market individual complaints point in the same direction, and they can reveal early signs of exclusionary conduct, self-preferencing, or unfair platform practices. Our experience is for the small enterprise, they're afraid to complain because they're afraid of their the trade partner with the big firm. So we try to asking for the complaint from the small enterprise. They're afraid to complain to us. So we move to the Consumer Protection Agency and the small medium enterprise organization. Like we have do the survey, 2,000 survey every month. We just started. The second, we rising the role of behavior economics. In digital market, price often tell us very little. What matters is how platforms shape behavior through default setting, ranking, interface design, and information architectures. That's why behavior economy is becoming an increasing important part of our toolkits. But this is not only about enforcement. We actively build awareness to policy articles. Writing the article, ask our colleagues, which has we have the behavior economists working with us So we asked him and his colleagues to writing the article on the behavior economy to let us understand. And we have an internal training. We have knowledge sharing activities. These efforts help staff and stakeholders recognize practices such as dark pattern and manipulative choice architectures. So behavior economics is both an analytical lens and capacity building. Next one is soft law and stakeholder awareness. In the fast-moving digital market, the enforcement alone is not enough. Setting expectation early is matter. Alongside issuing new guideline on digital platform, we're gonna have a new digital platform guideline which focus on significant market power like a gatekeeper and a DMA. But just have to waiting for that. The TCC, alongside that, the TCCT has been developing the competition law clinic in collaboration with law faculties, like the top law faculties in Thailand. We provide guidance to businesses, especially SME in major provinces, helping them understand competition rules, recognize risky conduct, and navigate complaint procedure. Because some of the company, they don't know how to complain to the TCCT. They don't know how to write the complaint. They don't know how to collect the data and send it to us, right? So most of the complaint is not right for the investigator to do more their job. So we need to let them know, understand. At the same time, we run the executive level program on competition law and economics for senior officials in related agency. This program builds, share understanding and strengthening coordination across government, contributing to a broader competition governance ecosystem. Last one is investing in forward-looking tools. Finally, we strengthen our forward-looking capability through horizon scanning. This helps us identify weak signals such as potential killer acquisition or algorithmic coordination before they harden into structural harm. We also develop projects that apply behavioral economics to market experiments, allowing us to collect original data on how SMEs respond to action by dominant digital platform. This grounds our forward-looking approach in the real market behavior. So to conclude, the industrial organization still remain the foundation of antitrust, but the digital market challenge many of its traditional assumptions. For developing economies, the key issue is not the absence of technology, but how to integrate new tools under constraint of data, resources, and institutional capacity. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, gentlemen. At this point, we are now ready to move to the Q&A portion. So we'll give all of you time to digest, what we've just heard from the presentations and maybe formulate your question, because the first question is going to be thrown by Dr. Vega. Dr. Vega?
Thank you very much. So let me get the ball started, asking a question for each of you. So let me start with Director Kong. In the experience of CCS, did you make any changes in your assessment framework to address digital markets?
As I mentioned just now, I think overall the conceptual framework is still applicable. But of course, we had to place more emphasis on certain factors when it comes to digital markets, and we relook at our framework or the way we do our assessment, and we consider that certain areas we need to pay more attention to. For example, the multi-sided platform. So there's multi-sided. How to define a market for a multi-sided platform? So we had to pay more attention for such matters. Market shares are no longer as important. So we had to pay more attention to other factors such as innovation, or maybe there are other proxies for market shares. Like, for example, you could look at the user base. You could look at other measures of quality, for example. So we have to look at new ways of analyzing such thinking. And we actually changed some of our guidelines to make it clearer to the public as well how we are changing the way we look at some of these things.
Thank you very much. So now I'd like to ask Mr. Lee. Earlier in your presentation, you emphasized the need for government to wait until later stages before regulating the startups. Why would you make that suggestion?
When you build a startup, it's very hard as an individual or a team. You have to incorporate your company, you have to raise funds from investors, you have to build the product. And that's a 24-hour job. So if you start adding more regulatory requirements, you just add more work for the company, the startup founders to do. And before they can even take off, they've already been buried under regulations. For example, if we were to build our healthcare company in Europe, we would have already been forced to comply with GDPR, HIPAA, and all these other regulatory requirements. That means I need to hire more engineers. I have to hire more business people. And that also means I have to raise more money. All of these things I have to pay out before I hit product market fit or before I make revenue. So if you regulate too early, you make it hard for companies to take off. That's why I recommend you regulate companies when they have their founder footing, they're making a bit of money, and they have the capacity to meet these requirements. Thank you.
Just to follow up on that, of course, there's also that other side of the timing that you shouldn't also regulate too late.
Yeah.
Okay. So my next question is for Deputy Secretary General Manayos. Can you speak a bit about the horizon and price scanning tools that you mentioned in your presentation earlier?
For the horizon scanning, because nowadays our cases depend on the complaints. We need to have a market foresight to look forward for the case, especially in digital platform. And so we see the CMA already have the horizon scanning, and we think it is good tools to adapt, and it can help to monitoring. It's a way of thinking like a digital market move quickly, and how to detect them. And I think these tools should be a good tools to select which kind of market we should focus on, and that's it. And but this project is going to be finished on next year. Another one we are doing is we start to analyze the behavior of the platform to the SME, like experiments to ask the SME if the platform has this kind of behavior, what is your react? Like a sniff test, but we didn't use the price. We used behavior to asking the enterprise. Yeah.
Thank you. And I understand that this is done within an experimental methodology, right, which is in itself an innovative way for a competition agency to adapt with this ever-changing market environment.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, and Dr. Vega. I think we're now ready to take questions from members of the audience. Again, we have satellite microphones moving around, so please raise your hand if you have questions. All right, we have an early taker. Yes, sir. You will be approached by a microphone by one of our teammates. Your name, organization, and please direct your question. All right, we're having, maybe we change mic. All right. All right, there you go.
Okay, hi, good afternoon. I am Mox from the Economics Office of the PCC. I would like to ask about the complementarity of economists and data scientists, because nowadays most of the competition authorities, the analytical work is mainly done by the economists. and without a data science or data analytics division. And now with the digital markets that is very data-driven and very computational intensive, how could the economists and these data scientists play a complementary role? And when does a dedicated data science department or division be essential in effective enforcement?
So I suppose this goes to Director Kong.
Okay. So CCS actually set up a data and digital unit or division a few years ago. So we do hire some data scientists, but the division is also mostly made out of people who have economics training. So I would say it complements each other. We do need the economic understanding because at the end of the day, competition it's a very economics intensive view. But at the same time, you're right. There's a lot of use of data, a lot of analytics involved, which not all economists are trained to do. Of course, we can train the economists to do that, but they may not have the same intuition as a data scientist might have. So we put together a division with some mix of talent, and then they can complement each other to actually work out both their economic thinking as well as the data analytics part of it. And actually, data analytics goes beyond digital markets. We found that it's actually very useful for doing traditional, for example, big rigging analysis and so on. Yeah.
All right, Dr. Vega, I think do you have a few more questions, sir?
If you will allow me.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I'd like to go back to Deputy Secretary General Manayos. I'd like to ask if there has been any recent development in Thailand's regulatory environment that would help TCCT in developing its capabilities in tackling digital markets.
Yeah, thank you. Now we are drafting the new Trade Competition Act, but unfortunately, because of the dissolution of the House, so the House of Representatives is dissolved before the bill is finalized, and the draft was now. So we have to wait for the new government after the election. But the concept of the new TCA, we are expand to scope of application. We have a new definition of the business operator in a broader to cover natural person, jurisdiction person, asset pools, and unincorporated entities. So like before we have a narrow, right? Now we have changed the definition is more broadened. The next one is the shift from the criminal sanction to administrative penalties, because of the existing one is if you have a dominant position, we can have a criminal sanction, which take very long time, and we need a lot of evidence to prove. So we move to the administrative penalties better. Another one is we introducing the leniency regime. We think the establish the leniency regime to reduce to get the cartel participation who cooperate with the authorities. It should be help the ecosystem. And for the merger control, we also ask the company who has the merger, you have to inform us every case. That's the point.
Thank you very much. For my next question, I'd like to ask Mr. Lee. So I believe Dash Labs Analytics is working on a freemium model. So from your perspective, how do you think regulators would be able to distinguish between reasonable monetization and tactics that trap the users?
The way regulators can handle that is if you look at our pricing page, And if the pricing system is fairly straightforward and clear, then that would be fair. To give you a different example, in the cloud hosting space, you have a handful of big players, Google Cloud and Amazon Web Services. What's known in the infrastructure world is if you are an expert in one, you're not an expert in the other. Because the way they structure their products and their pricing is so different that there's almost no comparison between the two. They provide the same services in theory, but because of the way things are priced and engineered, you cannot just jump over from one system to another. So if you want to see if a company has fair pricing system, just look at all the different players and try to see if there's a comparison price between companies. With Uber and Grab, it was fairly straightforward, but with more complex services, it becomes tricky. So I recommend just look at the pricing systems, see if they're comparable. If they're not, then come in and force them to make it more similar.
Thank you very much. That sounds very useful. So my last question, if I can still ask one more. This goes to Director Kong again. And you mentioned that you set up your own data analytics unit. And would you care to talk about how you built up the capabilities in this unit that CCS is now integrating throughout its operations?
So actually, the journey started before we set up the vision. We had officers from, well, mostly economists, to sort of take part in a sort of a task force to understand how the data analytics works, to try to come up with understanding of algorithms and so on. But as we move along, we found that it's not so productive in the long run, because it will be better if there were people who really focus a large, at least half the time on understanding algorithms, building up the capabilities, whereas as economists, they are still doing a lot of the economic analysis work. So then we decided, okay, we need to have a division with more dedicated resources. We hired people who are sort of data science trained, so that they will come with preset skill set. Then we, of course, train up our economists to have a better understanding of the data science. And actually, it doesn't just apply to CCS. Across the whole of Singapore government, everyone is trying to build up data analytics skills. So there's common pools of resources available for all of us to tap into that we can actually build up the capabilities. And I think it's worked well to build up over time. And we also, I would say that for anyone who is thinking about this as well, not everything also has to be in-house. There are capabilities out there that can also be acquired through normal contracting and so on. And at least as a start, I think we did rely quite a lot on external vendors. And of course, once the capability builds up, you want to have more customized tools, then you would try to build it in-house. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
All right, Dr. Vega, we have time for 2 more questions from our audience members. Please just raise your hand. There you go. Yes. Name and organization, plus please direct your question.
Yeah, so hello, I'm Ellie from the PCC Mergers and Acquisitions Office. I'd like to address this question to Mr. Lee, Sir Weston. So you mentioned earlier that it's a good thing if we try to implement API integration, data portability standards, and other things like that. Currently, in your opinion, or from your experience, does the country and its industry players have the resources or the infrastructure to actually try to implement those things? Or if we don't, what do you think would be needed to jumpstart that framework?
Thank you for the question. That's very controversial. So the question is, do we have the resources to implement APIs? The answer is yes. So implementing APIs are actually very easy. For a mid-level, senior-level engineer, you could do this in 1 day to a week, depending on how complicated your data is. I argue, however, that the problem we have in the Philippines, government specifically, is that these engineers are managed by non-technical people. So our company, we're forced to work with a few government institutions. And we have to integrate with them, either for sales reasons or healthcare reasons. And we've been trying to integrate with these agencies for the longest time, and we just can't, because the way they distribute their APIs are through PDFs. By the way, in the tech world, the way you distribute your API documentation is through a website or something you can interact with, or through Postman. But because these agencies distribute their APIs through PDFs, we can't really interact with them, test them, see the data that we download is correct. And then every time they launch an update, they have to draft a new PDF, have someone in the higher up sign it before they email it to us. So this is a very slow process. So to answer your question, yes, we have the resources. It's not expensive. But what holds us back is a bureaucracy of our government system, that it is not run by technical people. It is run by people who don't know technology as well as we do, but think this is how it should be. If we can change that, I argue it'll be faster. By the way, we also had to integrate with the APIs of Indonesia. And we were able to do this in a span of 2 months. 1 month to get the business license, 1 month to get the license with their healthcare organization, and a few weeks just to get the software up and running. So that's a juxtaposition I hope people can see. We have the money, we have the resources, we don't have the infrastructure to support that kind of fast system.
All right, thank you. Oh, one more. Final question. We have time for one final question from our audience members. Please just raise your hand. Any takers? Going once? Twice? All right. We do? All right, from... Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, thank you for that very insightful panel discussion. So I'm just curious, because generally we, when doing merger assessments, right, we rely on firm size and market shares as indicators of competitive impact. In cases where, for example, transaction involve firms with relatively small market shares, how should competition authorities think about potential competition concerns? Are there situations where closer scrutiny is warranted? And what alternative indicators could help identify potential anti-competitive effects? Thank you.
Okay, so I will point this to the two regulators on the panel. Would you like to go first, Mr. Manayas? Oh, okay, Director Kong.
Okay. So I think if both have small market shares, I think I mentioned that's not the end all be all. We do not need to look at how competition takes place. I think fundamentally we need to go back to theory of harm, right? How can competition be harmed, right? Traditionally we think market shares, well, if there are not large market shares, then the number of competitors remaining in the market must be quite a lot, or there's a large share of competitors out there. But at the end of the day, we need to look at how firms actually compete. What is the theory of harm involved? Is competition harm, or is it possible for competition to harm? And two small competitors, it may be that they're the closest competitors to each other in the market. Maybe they're the first two to have a specific innovation, and nobody else has the innovation, and you expect them to be quickly overtaking others. In that case, you need to look very closely at such situations. So innovation is just one example. It could be other issues. Maybe they are the top quality firms, and although other firms have larger shares, maybe these two firms serve a very specific clientele that do not really have substitutes available. So at the end of the day, I think we need to really look at do we have a coherent theory of harm? What is a possible way that competition could be harmed? We need to have a close understanding. And that is actually sort of explained by the information you get. Right? So you do need to have information and sometimes data to be able to understand the market well enough to be able to make that kind of judgment of what to dig into.
Yeah, for Thai perspective, to add on to CCCS, not only maybe the small market share, maybe it can harm the market, but because of the law, for Thailand, we didn't monitor it very close. But if we have the signal for the company that's going to be harm to the consumer or the harm to the market, we can use the advocacy strategy to advocate them to use the compliance, the competition compliance tool to make them understand and to change their behavior, not harm the market. That's our comments.
I'd like to add something from the startup side. So this is not an answer, but something for you guys to think about. One thing our investors shared with us is sell your company when you don't know what else to do with it. And so what I think is if you see a lot of mergers happening, it is an indication that the market has become really hard to compete in, and there's no way for companies to grow. For example, with Grab and Uber, the way I understand it is both companies were bleeding so much money, and when Uber changed their leadership, they realized that they had no way to grow in China and in Southeast Asia, which is why they sold to Grab, so they can focus in North America. Basically, if you see mergers and acquisitions happening, maybe something is wrong with the market. There's a deeper problem that is why companies don't see a future there anymore.
All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. At this point, we turn you back to Dr. Vega for the synthesis of this panel session. Sir?
Thank you very much. So I'd like to summarize the session today by first observing that IO and economics remain foundational. But present-day realities require competition agencies to augment its toolkit with help from emerging fields such as data science and the behavioral sciences. We see that markets in the digital space rapidly evolving with high potential for firms to dampen competition. Tools and frameworks typically used in economic analysis can benefit from complementary disciplines. And by doing so, we build a new skill set for competition agencies to tackle the complexities of these digital markets. So I think I'll summarize it as concisely as that. I'd like to thank you all for your attention and participation in our sessions. Please join me in giving our panelists a well-deserved round of applause. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
And thank you, Dr. Vega, for that excellently moderated session. At this point, we will take the opportunity to recognize our speakers with certificates of appreciation. May I call on stage PCC Commissioner Mara Victoria Quedol to award the certificates and the tokens. Ma'am? All right, we shall begin with Dr. Carlos Vega, our panel moderator. Next, Mr. Kong Wang Long. We go over now to Mr. Weston Lee. And finally, Mr. Manayos Vardanabuti. All right, we're now going to request all of our speakers to please stand in front of the seats for a quick photo opportunity. All right, ladies and gentlemen, one more round of applause for our moderator and panelists for the final session panel of the day. Thank you very much to our presenters, our moderators and panelists, and thank you for joining today's conversations.